mic is on as well.
Welcome everyone to the Merced City Council Candidate Forum. My name is Nate and I am one of your moderators. I attend Merced High School. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you today.
Good morning. My name is Elise Redden and I'm a veteran in this community, 24 years Air Force veteran here in Merced, and I'm a leader with Faith in the Valley. I am your second moderator and I am proud to be with you this morning and to be in partnership with the following organizations who are hosting this event: the American Civil Liberty Union, ACLU, of Northern California, Central Valley United for Power, Communities for a New California, Cultiva Valle Central, Faith in the Valley, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and the Youth Leadership Institute.
We're really happy to be hosting this event for you today. We did want to note that we hope to host another event with District 1 candidates at a future date, so be on the lookout for that announcement soon. Today, we have 6 candidates with us who are running for City Council in Districts 3 and 5. They will have the opportunity to introduce themselves shortly. We've developed 14 questions that encompass multiple issues that affect us all, including housing, infrastructure, transportation, houselessness, policing, water, and youth voice, to name a few.
The purpose of the forum is to give the community members an opportunity to hear directly from the candidates. We're so excited you've joined us today. Now, for some housekeeping rules before we get started. Restroom locations. The restrooms are located outside the main door to the left. The emergency exits are on either side as well as from the back, so either side and from the back. Cell phone etiquette: please silence your cell phones to avoid disruptions. If you need to take a call, please step outside. Childcare is available. Please see Blanca if you need that. Food and beverages, light snacks, and refreshments are available at the tables to my left. Not to my left, but they're available. Lastly, we have placed pens and index cards at the tables for any last-minute follow-up questions. Please write legibly.
Now, let's review the candidate forum rules. To ensure our candidate forum is productive and respectful, we've established some ground rules. These guidelines are designed to create an environment conducive to fair and informative dialogue, allowing each candidate the opportunity to share their views effectively while maintaining a respectful and orderly forum. We expect all people, including candidates and audience members, to follow these rules throughout the event. By doing so, we can have a meaningful exchange of ideas that benefits everyone involved, particularly the voters seeking to make informed decisions. Ground rules. All candidates will receive equal time to speak based on the allocated time for each question. You will be timed. You will be asked to stop if you go over the time. You will see a green 30-second sign when you have 30 seconds left, a yellow 10-second sign when you have 10 seconds remaining, and a red stop sign when your time is up. Candidates must engage in respectful civil discourse. Do not interrupt or speak over one another. Personal attacks or derogatory language are prohibited. Candidates should strictly adhere to the topics or questions presented. Distribution of campaign materials inside the forum venue is not allowed, as this is a city-owned property. The audience is kindly asked to refrain from applause or vocal reactions during the forum. Please refrain from clapping or cheering for or against a particular candidate. These rules are designed to ensure a fair, informative, and respectful event for the candidates and the audience. Lastly, this event is being simultaneously interpreted into Spanish and Hmong. So we do ask candidates to speak slowly to give interpreters ample time to capture your statements.
Candidate introductions. Each candidate has 1 minute to introduce themselves and give a brief statement about their vision for the City of Merced with an overview of their key issues. Let's start with District 3, Mike Harris. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Mike Harris. I am a Air Force veteran. Thank you, sister. And I've been in the area for 23 years. I have been on the Planning Commission for the last 6 years and the Measure C/Tax Transparency Commission for the last 7 years. My vision for Merced is to take it from what it has been before, which was a town, into a city. We have almost 100,000 people now with the annexation of Merced, with the UC Merced, and we have a long way to go. We need to bring in money to fix roads and to bring in housing and to bring in infrastructure. And that's my objective in this, is to set that in motion so that we move to the next level and see everybody.
That's best.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Kelly, and I have lived in Merced now for 30 years. I am also the president of your local Merced SPCA. I am a former employee of the City of Merced. I am also a former employee for YARTS, or the Yosemite Bus. I currently work as the director of marketing for a local transit company as well. And my vision for Merced is to have safer neighborhoods and understand that we have a very diverse population here, and we need representation of that diversity on our council. Also, I am very much into youth opportunities. I am the former executive director of at-risk youth programs under the Workforce Investment Board, and I want us to invest in our youth, as they're going to be the next generation that takes over leadership of the city and guides what this city looks like going forward the next 20, 30, and 40 years.
Good morning. My name is Saeed Lara, and I am. Can I be fixed, or? Good morning. My name is Saeed Lara. Buenos días. Gracias a todos por venir hoy. I am a Merced County resident. I grew up here in Merced County. Went to college in Long Beach, came back, and I've been an educator for over 16 years. I specialize in expanded learning programs, after-school programs, and I've started over 20 programs from scratch and have worked with countless others in the Central Valley. This is pretty fast. One of my main goals here are to improve public safety, quality of life, infrastructure, economic development, and to bring some youth programs and really build that bridge between Merced City Schools and Merced City. There's a lot of things we can do, and with my background in expanded learning education, that's something I would like to do.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sarah Boyle. I'm running for District 5, and I am also the current council member for District 5 for the City of Merced. So I am currently running for my re-election. The last 3.5 years, we've made really great strides in going through the issues that we have been brought to us. And I'm looking forward to the next 4 years. A lot of the initiatives that I'm looking forward to is economic development, our infrastructure, quality of life issues, and just seeing how Merced can continue to grow. I am born and raised here in Merced. I'm actually the only person that's on the city council right now that is born and raised in Merced. So I remember what Merced used to be. I know what Merced is today, and I look forward to what Merced can be in the future.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Felipe Rojas Flores. By trade, I'm a public interest attorney representing low-income farm workers across the valley in employment law matters from wage theft to discrimination. The main reason I am running for City Council is because I was born, raised, and educated here in Merced. I got my bachelor's degree here at UC Merced. I went through all what we were told to do as children growing up: study hard, go to college, get a good job. I did all those things, and when it came time for me to buy a house in my hometown, I was priced out, which is the main reason why I'm running. I want housing affordability, whether you want to buy a house, whether you want to rent your home. I want people my age, 20-year-olds, and including younger people, to be able to afford to live in their hometown. Thank you.
Buenos dias, good morning. My name is Alex Carrillo, but I am one of 6 boys raised by my dad, Carlos, who's a welder, and my mom, who's a retired Teamsters cannery worker. I've called Merced home for the past decade, and I quickly learned that City Hall's priorities did not align with our community, and that city representatives wanted to grow Merced, but did not have a plan. I worked as a community organizer, started a small business, served our community as a field representative for a legislative office, and now work as the Director of Communications and Public Policy for the UC Merced Community and Labor Center. During my free time, I continue to serve my community in various volunteer capacities as a board member for the Merced Arts Council, a member of Kiwanis, and a volunteer with the Merced's Fire Department Certified Emergency Response Team. I look forward to today's discussion as we talk about economic prosperity, public and neighborhood safety, modernizing our infrastructure, community preservation, and community engagement. Thank you.
We have a couple questions we want to ask. What policies do you propose to ensure that residents will not be displaced through evictions? Oh, we're going to start with Felipe Rojas Flores.
So in my line of work, I also represent farm worker tenants eviction cases. So I've been in court when people are being forced out of their homes. One of the many things I think we can do as a city is enact ordinances. One specific idea is to require just cause for evictions. Just cause means that landlords need to have a good reason why they're trying to evict their tenants. It's not just because I want to raise the rent. It's not just because I don't like you anymore. You need to have a good reason. There's other protections that we can do for tenants here in the city of Merced that it's majority tenant right now. Right now, the state of California does not require landlords to provide air conditioning or cooling system if the housing or the unit does not have it already. Something we can do as a city is pass an ordinance that requires landlords to provide air conditioning and cooling systems for tenants across the city. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Alex Correa.
Can you repeat the question one more time, please?
What policies do you propose to ensure that residents will not be displaced through evictions?
Thank you. So I want to start off by saying that I'm actually a renter, not a homeowner here in town. And when I was looking for a place to live, the rent was too high in certain neighborhoods that I want to live in. And that's the same case across the whole city. One of the things that we saw during the floods were bad landlords were wrongfully evicting residents in the Storybrooke and Willowbrook neighborhoods and hiking up the rent. We need to ensure that there are protections for renters. That includes making sure that there's rent control in our community, and how that can look like, as I'm talking to neighborhood residents, is certain inclusive policies that ensure that they're not taking advantage of our residents.
The next speaker will be Sarah Boyle.
Thank you very much. So one thing I will touch on is that during the floods that happened and District 5 was impacted by the floods, our city council did host a special meeting to go over eviction protections for those that were displaced because of the flooding. This is a case-by-case scenario, and if a policy comes up to the council for discussion, I think it depends on what does that policy look like when it comes to those eviction protections. And I know there's a lot of state laws in regards to that too, so looking at that and how can we implement something better than that.
The next speaker will be the next speaker will be Sayer Lar Rodriguez.
Yeah, so a big issue why the rents are high here in Merced is because we do not have, our rental stock is under 2%. So we really need to build. If we want to bring down, rents, then we need to build. And if we make rentals affordable, then that's going to help residents stay in their homes. I think as a council, we can pass policy to make Merced more builder friendly so that developers can build here instead of putting all these roadblocks. And in turn, that's really going to help with the affordability because again, 5 years ago we were down in our housing stock, and it's 5 years later and we're down even more. So we need to be proactive and start building, and that will help address this issue as well. Affordability helps residents stay in their homes.
All right, so I am a renter as well. I am not a homeowner. And I will tell you that my relationship with my landlord happens to be very good. That is not always the case with certain renters. I think one of the things we look at, and when we're looking at rentals in Merced, is we need to look at the UC building housing for their own students and free up rentals that are currently being taken by those UC students. We also need to look at the resources we currently have. We have legal aid services here. We also have mediation services between renters and landlords that are available as well. So I would like us to see more referrals to those agencies so that they can understand the issues and get involved in the issues so that people can stay in their homes with that mediation.
So eviction, by definition, is displacement. And displacement is just one step away from being unhoused. We have to make sure that ordinances are in place to make sure that evictions are fully justified. And if we can get assistance to avoid the eviction, financial assistance, low-cost loans, whatever it takes. The other thing I would have is transition housing. Nobody wants to go from a home to being unhoused. If there's a way to get to a lower rent facility and be in a transition housing and get assistance, then that's up to us as a city.
Thank you for that. I know our mics are having a little bit of problems, so we're just going to roll with it. Okay, so our next question, if elected, what housing policies and programs will you advance to ensure that the residents have access to quality and affordable housing, including for low-income Mercedians? This is 1 minute, and we're going to start with District 3, Sayer.
Again, I go back to building. We need to build. That is the main problem right now. Our housing stock is so low, we're behind, we need to build. That helps affordability across the board. It helps if we build more housing, it brings the other housing down. And and so that brings the housing all across the city down. And so we need to build, and again, in turn, that helps rentals. I would work with the council to make sure that we're building, to make sure that we're providing some housing for our low-income residents. There's already several spaces in the city that are designed to be low-income housing, and so I will work with the city to pass those and to make sure that those get put into fruition. Thank you.
I am definitely going to agree with Sayer. We need more housing, but I will also add that back in 2006, when I worked for the City of Merced, when we were issuing over 1,000 building permits a month, there were subdivision agreements with some of the developers that allowed for owner-occupied housing. So that requirement was that 30% of that subdivision had to be owner-occupied for a period of up to 6 years, 60 months, 5 years. So I would like us to see us bring back some of those conditions in the subdivision agreements. That will ensure that our Mercedians are occupying those homes and that they're not being taken up by investors for rentals or investment properties.
Thank you. I can tell you in the 6 years that I've been on the Planning Commission, we've approved more housing starts than any other time in the history of Merced. Housing is very strictly regulated by the state. They can put up a proposal to do a housing and have absolutely no low-income housing, and we cannot turn it down. We can certainly make suggestions and encourage them, but the state tightly regulates what we can and can't do in the city. I agree with Cindy completely on the UC Merced issue. More UC Merced housing will free up way more rental properties. The property at McKee and Yosemite that's almost finished provides hundreds of new student housing homes, and that'll help quite a bit.
Thank you very much. So for those of you that have watched our council meetings in the past, one thing that I have said repeatedly is what we have done in the last 3.5 years when it came to affordable housing should have happened 10, 20 years ago. What we're seeing now is all the effects of not having any affordable housing built in the city of Merced. But we have made such great strides in doing that. We have 214 units that have already been completed for affordable housing, and we approved for 500 additional units approved. And I will say 213 of those units are in District 5. And if you drive behind Lowe's, you'll see the construction on a project right now that has 156 units of affordable housing that's coming, and these are also infilled. So we've made great strides, and I look forward to more projects that we can approve in the future.
So one of my main ideas to bring more affordable housing to Merced, like everybody's been mentioning, is increasing the supply. One of the ways that we can increase supply is to change zoning. An idea I had specifically for there's a lag. An idea I have for District 5 is the old Sears building. Right now, in its current condition, maybe we can change the zoning and add like a floor or two apartments above there. There's Target next door, there's grocery stores across the street, and there's a bus stop that connect directly to Merced College and UC Merced. We can also build on the infill work that has been done already by changing zoning and bringing residential and commercial together. Another policy is bringing the owner-occupied housing. Give people that intend to live in the house the opportunity to buy the house before investors.
If I understand the question correctly, you're talking about housing, not apartments. And that's what we're seeing a lot in the last 3.5 years, is the building of apartments. What we're lacking is an inventory of housing that's available for families. I could tell you right now, I grew up in a family of 8. We grew up in a 2-bedroom apartment. That's not adequate living for any family in our community. We need to ensure that the community also understands and knows the programs that are available to be able to access the funding that's currently available for first-time home buyers. We could build all the houses in the world, but if people don't have the means to purchase a home or understand the process, then they're just going to sit there. I think we really need to change mentalities as well, that housing, that owning a home is an option here in the city of Merced.
If elected, what are some solutions you propose to ensure existing disadvantaged communities, such as those in South Merced, get the infrastructure and improvements and investments they need, including road improvements, sidewalks, lights, water, stormwater drainage, and sewer? You will have 1 minute to answer this question, and the first speaker will be Sarah Boyle.
Thank you. So for the disadvantaged communities, I do sit on the South Merced committee with the City of Merced, and we've had really great discussions of what are some of the improvements that we can make. Even last year, I met up with Leadership Council, and we walked around Childs Avenue and highlighted some of the areas that they see that need improvements. Lights, absolutely. Proud to say that we were funded money to put in sidewalks at Cannell and Childs, which has been lacking sidewalks for years. Well, decades, to be honest. So I'm really proud that we're receiving that money. It is coming from Congressman Duarte's office, but we advocated for that. We heard what was needed. And so these are strides that we're trying to make, but it really does come from listening to the community members, or what are some of the issues that we can help and solve.
The next speaker will be Felipe Rojas Flores.
So I grew up in South Merced, grew up on 11th Street, attended Gracie Elementary, and these issues have been there my entire life. Something that we can do as a city is be proactive. We might not always have those federal funds to bring sidewalks. So what we can do? We can start saving for these infrastructure projects that we know are going to be an issue in the future. The South Merced has older infrastructure. It's going to need replacing. So what are we doing today? And my goal and proposal would be to start saving money so that when sewage lines fail, we have the money to replace it. If lights go down for whatever reason, we have the money to replace it. South Merced, there's a lot of trees. We need to have the money to repair the roads that are damaged by these grown trees.
The next speaker will be Alex Carrillo.
So first of all, I know you called it disadvantaged communities. I want to make sure to call it disinvested communities. These are communities that have been historically left out of the conversation, and our city has implemented historically redlining. And so when it comes to addressing these issues now moving into the 21st century is making sure that, first of all, we hire a permanent city engineer. There's a bottleneck in projects because the council members who want to continue to contract out. This is not sustainable, and this is much more expensive for our community. We need to make sure that we build a resilient community that addresses all hazards, including climate change. When we're talking about investments in our community, high-speed rail is a good example where we need to make sure we have a community benefits agreement. As you're creating the platform, making sure that there's funds available to really go back and invest in our communities.
The next speaker will be Mike Harris.
So what would I do if I was elected? We're elected by district, but we're responsible to the city, and that's an important concept. You can't be narrow-minded and just look out for what's in your district. I think we can prioritize projects. If we have a committee that can look at all the needs and set priorities, then if District 2 needs sidewalks, lighting, anything more than any other place, I will support that 100%. It doesn't have to be in my district to be important. It has to be in the best needs of the city.
The next speaker will be Cynthia Kelly.
Oh, thank you. So for me, this is kind of a double-edged sword. I've attended council meetings now for about 30 years, and the progress in South Merced is very slow. What I sit there and at a recent council meeting, because the city kind of had to pay back some money, they took away a project of sidewalks in South Merced and eliminated that project because they had to pay back funds for reports that were not filed. This caused a lot of discussion at the council. So what I would like to see is, I would like to see the city use their own pavement management system plan from 2018 and match it up with their current city infrastructure public improvement plans, because right now the two do not match. All of the new infrastructure is planned for north of Olive and not south.
The next speaker will be Zaire Lara Rodriguez.
So I've been saying for a very long time now that downtown and District 3 and District 2 inherit the problems of the city. The most trafficked roads are in District 3, which does have a lot of affected communities. And so we need to make sure that the representatives of those two districts are working together with the rest of the council to make sure that we put extra attention to those districts. And as well, I'll touch upon a little bit what Alex said, is that we need to build up our development department because we don't have a full-time engineer. We were at a meeting on Wednesday, and the ongoing theme was that they were understaffed. All the departments were understaffed. So how are we going to grow and fix our infrastructure anywhere in the city if we don't have the development department's not staffed? And to add to that is we need to educate our community how to talk to the city and use Merced Connect and things like that. Oh.
Thank you for that. Next, we want to ask, how will you ensure all residents, including children, youth, and seniors, have access to safe, vibrant parks and accessible community spaces and recreational programs? Just 1 minute. I'd like to start with Ms. Cynthia.
Okay, so I am a huge supporter of our youth and youth programs, and I think one of the things we look at, when I was with the assistant transit manager for Yards, I was able to get grants to get the youth of Merced and their families to Yosemite, because it has been shown in stats that people of color do not often get to enjoy our open spaces. So I wanted to change that perception. Also, I think one of the things, we need to offer free youth programs in our city. We need more activities. We need a bowling alley. We need something like Blackbeards. We need something for our kids to do here. They need their own cafes. They need their own spaces where they can go and feel safe and be part of this community and have the support of their council to do that.
So, as I mentioned before, I have over 16 years experience in expanded learning youth programs. And if I am elected, the city's getting an education consultant for free. I do plan to build that bridge between Merced City Schools and the City of Merced, because one of the things I specialize in right now is ELOP funding, which Merced City School has a lot of. And we can build that bridge so that the funding comes from Merced City Schools, and we can run off-site programming. If anybody's interested, I can talk for this for hours, but there is a ways so that the funding is there and we can build that bridge together so that we can create these youth programs. And it doesn't have to be at the site, it can be here at the Boys and Girls Club or anywhere else in one of our city facilities, like at the zoo or the Scout Hut. Sorry.
I would definitely work with the schools for their programs and for the after-school programs. We've got to stop our kids from going to Turlock to get all their entertainment. Like Cindy said, there's no bowling alley, there's no miniature golf. They get on the highway, they drive 20 minutes, and it's all there for them. We need to provide that for them here. One of the things I would do if elected is I would get the city to hire a full-time grant writer. There's a lot of money out there. As Zaire mentioned, there's shortages in all the city staff, and they can't get the money. We can get a grant writer to get that money and pay for their own position. I think that'll do a lot to get us the resources. Keeping it safe is the police department's responsibility, and increased patrols will help do that.
Hold up, just 1 second. We have mixed our order just to keep the entertainment. So next, I'd like to pass the mic to Felipe to answer the question. Let me reread it. Okay, so how will you ensure all residents, including children, youth, and seniors, have access to safe, vibrant parks and accessible community spaces and recreational programs? So Felipe, you got it.
So as I mentioned earlier, I grew up in South Merced. If you're from South Merced, you know there's a micro park near you, a block or two away from where you live. Where I live now, I need to drive to my closest park. So I think bringing back micro parks across the city ensures that they're near youth, seniors, and children. Right? We can't all drive the Parents Park, as beautiful as that park is, or we can't all drive that Applegate. So having micro parks ensures that we have these green spaces for everyone in our community that's walkable, and you don't need to have your own personal vehicle. I know we say youth a lot, but what does that mean? A 15-year-old can't drive to Turlock for a bowling alley. So they need to be able to walk to have their youth spaces. So we need to be considerate about what we mean when we say youth, and I think micro parks would be the best way to address this question. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
So I have a question for everybody here. How many of you, to Ms. Kelly's question or point is, how many of you have been to Yosemite by a show of hands? How many of you have been to Bear Creek or to Farron's Park or to McNamara Park? Okay. So I asked that because it's great that, you know, people want to go to Yosemite, and I've heard from yards that a lot of people don't take advantage of the yard system to get free access to the park. However, our local parks people don't want to go because I hear from our neighbors that there's people camping there, that there's different criminal activity happening at the parks. So we need to make sure that we have park rangers as a means to deter crime. They provide educational and recreational activities for families, and they provide light maintenance work. We've seen this done in Bakersfield and in Modesto, and they won awards for it. There's also funding available through state and federal resources that doesn't have to go back to local taxpayers.
Yes, thank you. So I just wrote some quick notes in regards to the question. So for youth, our council did approve for over $1 million for youth job program this last 2 years, which has been a huge success. A lot of the youth that have come to our council meetings, you know, talk about what of an impact that's made for them. Our park infrastructure improvements, Farron's Park, we approved to get new playground equipment for there, including even the ground. If you haven't been out there, I highly suggest you should go out there. It looks great. I do believe that we need to have better partnerships and conversations with our school district. And then also, kind of piggybacking off of that, is we do have, we did a recent partnership with Parks and Recs and Merced School City District, and what does that look like for the future? And then also continue support programs that our department does and with our community partners.
How will you make sure that youth voices are heard and included in decision making? You will have 1 minute to answer this question, and the first speaker will be Alex Correa.
So I worked as a program director for the Youth Action Commission of Stanislaus County. So I know the value of having youth at the table, but also having them in positions that they're making decisions to ensure that our community has youth voice and that there's a platform for youth involvement. Also include real investments, and that includes workforce development, includes recreational activities, but also over the past 10 years, I've been involved with various local campaigns with neighborhoods and CBOs to make sure that there's investing in youth that's happening in Merced, because that hasn't been the case. And as we're seeing the past 3.5 years, we're seeing Merced get younger. But the Boys and Girls Club is a good example. Majority of students that come to Boys and Girls Club are from District 5. They're actually from Rivera Middle School. And so we need to make sure that there is a community center that's available for youth to continue to meet and be in a safe environment.
The next speaker is Sarah Boyle.
Yeah, for youth voices to be heard and for the decision making, teaming up with a lot of these nonprofits that are youth geared. I mean, they come to our council meetings. I appreciate what they have to say. They are that next generation that's living here in Merced, and it is important. You know, they came in when we were having our ARPA discussions about providing youth jobs, and I mean, I'm proud that we were invested that money, so now they have real experience that they can go and apply for jobs in the future and saying, hey, I have this experience on my resume. I am now looked at to be more hired when it comes to these other jobs. And to me, that's important. I mean, I'm from Merced. I had a great childhood here, but I also worked here starting at 15. And because where I started, I had that experience. So that to me is a great program that we have implemented in the city of Merced.
The next speaker is Felipe Rojas Flores.
So I'm gonna go back to the fact that I grew up here in Merced. Since I've been in high school, I've been hearing, what are we doing for the youth? What are we doing for the youth? So this might be one of our more controversial point of view, but I think we need to lower the voting age for city elections to 16. This is the only way elected officials will listen. Right? When you have the power to vote them out, they're gonna listen. And with that, I would also encourage and commit myself to go to the high schools and middle schools and talk to the youth directly. I know it's intimidating to go to city council meetings and speak in front of everyone. So you know what about a more relaxed setting like a classroom? So that would be my proposals to get the youth voice heard, lowering the voting age for city election to 16 and having city council members go to the schools to talk to their constituents.
The next speaker will be Sayer Lara Rodriguez.
So one of the after school expanded learning education actually has standards. It's no longer, it's evolved from just a community center model where now there's different standards that we have to hit in expanded learning and after school programming. One of those standards is youth leadership and voice. And so with that, that's something that we can implement in whatever youth programs we start, whether it is through building that bridge with Merced City Schools or it's individual programs as we start with the city. And if we are able to build that bridge with Merced City, that ELOP funding that the schools have, Merced City Schools has $17 million, also includes busing. So we're able to take our students to the different locations within our city, and it can be more community-based programs and them have it meet and in one location so we can all hear their voice.
The next speaker will be Mike Harris.
The question was, what are we going to do to make sure youth voices are heard? 3 words: I will listen. If it involves youth, I will seek out organizations like the Youth Leadership Institute and listen to what they have to say and what their views are. We'll talk to the people from UC Merced and the Boys and Girls Club and come up with what the strategy for the council should be. You can't hear them unless you listen.
That's me. So I'm really glad this question came up. So during the month of August, I held virtual town halls. The last one on August 31st was attended by 23 youth between the ages of 14 and 18. And it was an opportunity for them to tell me what they wanted as citizens of Merced. I think that's the key, is when we hold our annual city town halls, we need to have youth town halls, specifically for those citizens to come and express to the council how they feel and what direction they want to see in Merced, what programs they're missing, what help that they need from their council. So I would definitely like to see that expanded from middle school to high school, and not just limited to our high school and college students as well. But I think having youth town halls as part of the city town hall process would make a big difference.
Thank you. Merced residents face issues with speeding and pedestrian safety. How would you address these concerns? Well, you have 1 minute, and I'd like to start with Mr. Mike Harris.
Over a decade I spent in law enforcement, and the 28 years as a medic, I ran into that all the time. There are 3 components to this issue: education, engineering, and enforcement. Education is self-explanatory. Engineering are things like stop signs, red light cameras, and then there's enforcement. You have to be able to have consequences for speeding, jaywalking, things like that, things that put you at risk. And I would advocate for enough law enforcement and technology to take care of those engineering and enforcement issues.
It's me again. Okay, so I can tell you, when I've been out canvassing the neighborhoods, that there are 2 areas of major concern here in Merced. One is our street, and the other is East 21st at Glen Avenue. There have been multiple fatalities at both of those locations, and there is also constant speeding and accidents at those locations. And so I'm gonna mirror what Mike said. It's all about traffic calming. It's all about enforcement. So getting the red light cameras out there, putting up additional stop signs at locations to encourage people to slow down. Also, another thing is getting people out of their cars, creating more walkable communities and areas to where people don't have to be in vehicles, where they can get out of their cars, they can walk, we won't have as much traffic on the roads. But it's definitely a problem right now, and we are all looking at a way to address it.
Oh, okay, thought we were waiting for the train. So, as talking to the community, it seems that traffic issues have overtaken homelessness as one of the top priorities for our community. And I also agree that education is we got to educate our residents how to work with traffic commission if they need a stop sign, if they would like a light. It's not as simple as like, we need a stop sign here. You need to go through traffic commission. We need a speed bump here. We got to go through traffic commission. So we got to educate our community how to work with our city departments to get those things done. We need to do calming measures. Like I was at 21st and Glen talking to the neighbors on the corner right there, and then I put up a sign, and as we were talking, there was almost an accident. That is one of the most dangerous intersections in the city, and I instructed the residents on that corner house on how to talk to traffic commission and enforcement. Enforcement is huge. We need to build up our traffic department.
Thank you. So this is a huge issue that I have been trying to solve for the last 3.5 years, because you start seeing trends just going around in Merced. So for those that you do not know, we do host town halls every single year where you can come to us and talk about the issues. And the #1 issue that we heard this year was traffic, people speeding throughout Merced. So last year, I had brought forward installing the red light cameras. I mean, the last thing that any of us want to have is going through an intersection and getting T-boned from someone running a red light, then all the consequences that come after that. Another thing that I brought forward was the light synchronization in Merced, because more likely than not, you're going to try to speed through that next intersection, so you should get to work or go to wherever you need to go. Like Sayer had mentioned, is we do have the traffic commission. Even though I'm on city council, I still submit requests there because there's things that I see that, hey, this can be an issue.
So I am in agreement that we need more enforcement, but I think we're not giving enough attention to engineering. A specific idea I have is to have curb extensions. So while red traffic cameras are great, to catch people that run red lights, actually slowing down drivers should be the goal. And I'm really wanted to share with everybody that I brought this curb extension idea to an employee at Farmdale Elementary, and they were so excited to it that they asked me, so what do I do next? Who do I talk to? And that's when I told them, well, there's a traffic committee, you got to do this and that. And that goes to the education of people. If we not just educate them, because I don't like that term, but walk with them. Like, here, this is how we do it. And I'm going to walk with you so that we can address the issues you want. So engineering is something that we need to put more focus on. Curb extensions, we already have them on Main Street. People aren't going 40 miles an hour on Main Street. Thank you.
So every single year, the City of Merced does host town halls. And every single year that they've hosted town halls, I've talked about M Street and the accidents that continue to happen. And it's not just M Street, it's also Austin Avenue, where people aren't slowing down. And we do need calming measures. But every single year, I hear from the council members that it's too expensive, that there's no money available. And there is funding available. Currently, the City of Merced is taking input for congestion mitigation and air quality projects, or CMAQ projects. The issue goes back to having available staff to see these projects through. We're not seeing a lot of these projects. As I'm walking neighborhoods, our sidewalks are not ADA compliant. In the neighborhood that I live in specifically, there's a lot of seniors, there's a lot of mothers and parents with strollers that can't cross the street safely because our sidewalks are not ADA compliant.
Thank you. What are your long-term and short-term goals to address the needs of the unhoused population in Merced? You will have a minute to answer this question, and the first speaker will be Felipe Rojas Flores.
So when I look, I had to address this issue of people dealing with homelessness. We cannot we cannot try a one solution fits all. There are different types of individuals that are experiencing homeless. There are people, if you offer them the help, they'll gladly take it. There are people that would take the help if they had the capacity to accept it. There are people that don't want our help. So short term is trying to identify the people that want our help and giving them that help. And that start, bringing down the unhoused population. More long-term goal, I like the approach that the police chief is doing right now, where enforcement's the latter option. And this goes to people that might not want to accept our help. It's something that we should try to, instead of criminalizing homelessness, offer them a program to work their way out of there.
The next speaker will be Alex Correa.
So the short and long-term ideas for the unhoused population. First is holding the state at the same standard that they're holding our cities. The state has made it a priority to continue funding to provide services for unhoused populations. However, if we're not meeting the state's requirements, they're going to start retracting some of that funding that is available, and that'll make it a burden to you as a taxpayer here in our community. And so that's step one, is making sure the state's held to the same standard. Second is the connectivity to resources and services in our community. Like I mentioned, there's already money that's coming down from the state that we've been able to provide programs here in the City of Merced. And I keep hearing from businesses in District 5 of the issue of folks camping outside of businesses and making sure, that, for example, the DART team is available, but they also have the resources available to connect residents back to the services that are here in our community.
The next speaker will be Sarah Boyle.
Thank you. So for long-term and short-term goals regarding the unhoused, for us, we've had a great amount of the Project Home Key projects implemented in Merced, continuing those. Our police department, when they go to the encampments, they are providing the resources should an unhoused person want to use those resources. And they're going to continue to do that as well. Low-income housing and continue these projects. We have, like I mentioned earlier, how many units that we have approved, continue those projects as well. But I think ultimately working with our county, state, and federal programs and how we can get more of these funding to build these houses. One of the programs I'll mention real quickly is our veterans program for homeless veterans is working with the federal legislation to get those vouchers so that our veterans can be housed.
The next speaker will be Cynthia Kelly.
Well, thank you. First, I want to say that everyone refers to this as a homeless issue or a homeless problem. That is not the problem. Homelessness is a symptom. The problem is mental health, illness, and addiction, and we have to address those first. According to the point-in-time report that was done in January, 49.6% of the people that are put in housing first will return to the streets. How do we stop that? So the first thing is to get people into housing and make sure they stay there, that they're not returning to the streets. To do that, we have to offer them the mental health and addiction programs and support and services that they need. We have to focus on what the true issues are and not the symptom. Long-term, I'd like to see them in long-term housing and with job development skills, perhaps returning education skills as well.
The next speaker will be Sayer Laura Rodriguez.
So yes, it's not just a housing issue. It is it's an array of things, and so we do need to address mental health and drug addiction. But we also need to work with our county supervisors and our county departments because they're the ones that get the bulk of the money to address the homelessness, and also we need to work with COC to address these issues. The recent Supreme Court ruling is changing a lot of the ways that we can address homelessness, and so we need to adapt to how the policies that we're going to implement. The governor just threatened to withhold state funding if we don't take action in clearing up encampments. So we have to follow state policy right now. We're really at the, we really got to follow what they're saying. We need to build housing. We need to connect them to resources. And we also need enforcement because a lot of the time when I live in front of Applegate and they will go out there, offer resources, and out of 21 would take it. So things are getting better.
The next speaker will be Mike Harris.
At the risk of being repetitive, it is not a housing issue, as has been said. It's mental health, jobs, services. Mental health, there's $0 in the city for mental health because it's a county function. We need to partner more with the county and make those services available. The county of Santa Barbara, for decades, has had paramedics trained as mental health technicians. And when they go out, they can provide mental health evaluations and services. There are going to be outliers that will not accept any services, and as Sayer mentioned, enforcement for that is necessary to keep them within the law and outside of businesses that are trying to do their job. Veterans are entitled to services, but they have to have fixed addresses, and we can certainly help them with that. That's within the purview of the city.
Thank you for that. Next, I'd like to ask the question. Unincorporated county areas like South P Street, Cohen Avenue, and Girard Avenue are within the city's sphere of influence, but mainly depend on domestic wells that are at risk of contamination or running dry. At the same time, city residents are often unable to afford their water bill. If elected, what actions will you take to ensure that residents within the city's sphere of influence and within the city limits have access to safe and affordable drinking water? When you have 1 minute to answer, I'd like to start with District 3, Sayer.
So I believe during COVID, the city implemented a program to help people with that were having issues paying their water bills. And so we need to find ways. I know PG&E offers certain programs for people who have medical issues that need to run their electric bill, the electricity for like a CPAP machine or something. So we need to do things like that to help those residents that might need extra services or additional help to pay for their utilities. And so that is one thing that we can explore as a city.
Next, Mr. Harris.
The unincorporated county areas, including the county islands, can be very different. Some have city water and sewer right now. Some are on wells and drainage and things. We need to be able to help those places that are not on city services get on to city services. We can fund that. We can, again, if we have a grant writer, there's money out there. Sayer mentioned PG&E, that's some of the money. There's other money from the state. Everybody should be entitled to safe drinking water. And engineering that is part of the city's responsibility. And the affordability should be on the burden of the city to make sure that we provide that to everybody.
Okay, so I'm going to speak from experience from working at the city. Back in 2006, there were loan programs available from the city for people who wanted to tie into city sewer and water that were in unincorporated areas within the county. It made it affordable for them to do those tie-ins, which can be very cost prohibitive over time, over a period of 15 or 20 years. I'd like to see those programs brought back. Also, because we know that it's next to impossible to get a permit to dig a new well in the state of California, we have to have something in place that we're not charging $100,000 to have access to clean water and a sewer line when there's already an existing main that could be just blocks away. So again, I'd like to see those loan programs come back. I'd like to see the city offer those again to people in those unincorporated areas so that they have access to fresh, clean water and sewer.
Thank you. Okay, next we're going to move to District 5. I'm going to start with Alex.
So in regards to Peace Street specifically, I've heard over the years from Ana Maria, who's a resident and she lives on Peace Street, who talks about the issues of needed and why they want to be incorporated. From what I heard from the city again is the cost to connect. A number that was thrown out was $2 million to connect to the necessary lines to sewer, for example. Currently, there's a lot of funding available through the EPA for connectivity. I would really want to see the city go after these funds that are available to start connecting to sewer and water. As we've seen the trends, we're going north, but we're not investing back in neighborhoods that have been here. As a city council member, I will definitely be using my platform to advocate for accountability from the Public Utilities Commission to hold players like PG&E accountable. I've heard from neighbors in District 5 as that being a #1 issue as I'm going door to door is the cost of running AC or CPAP machine.
Thank you for that, Alex. Next, we'd like to have Sarah.
Thank you. So in regards to the like South P, Cone, Girard, looking into funds for hookups, I know that there have been residents that are wanting to hook up to city water. It is expensive, but if there are funds or grants out there that we can go after to get this taken care of course I would support that. In regards to the utility bills, yes, we did, part of the ARPA funding, we did implement a program where if, we were paying off of outstanding utility bills. One thing I do want to bring up is Councilmember Ornelas brought up connecting infill and in the city of Merced, of those pockets of the county that are still surrounded by the city. So I'm hoping that comes to us soon. And I would totally advocate the same, what Cynthia said, is looking into these connection loans and also explore something, maybe something in the sphere, you know, PG&E has their CARE program. Is there something that we can implement as well that's similar to that? Sorry.
So for unincorporated communities like South Peachtree, we know these issues have been there for a while. So this is where we need to be proactive and anticipate funding for these issues. If we would have been saving for all these expenses 10, 15 years ago, we would be able to connect now. And like everybody else has mentioned, going to the state and federal government for resources. As to safe and affordable drinking water for Merced residents now, I am disappointed that the governor recently stopped the bill that would provide similar discount as CARES for water. It seems really, the city needs to do more to encourage our state and federal officials to provide these kinds of funding so that low-income families and households have access to safe and drinking water.
Thank you. Beyond community town halls and public comment opportunities during city council meetings, what actions will you take to host opportunities for residents to engage in interactive and meaningful conversations on community needs and develop tangible solutions together? You'll have a minute to answer this question, and the first speaker will be Sarah Boyle.
So yes, the City of Merced, they host town halls every year, about 3 a year, and they are throughout the City of Merced, and that is the perfect opportunity for residents to come and talk about the issues that they're seeing. And we kind of guide our goals and priorities based on what we're hearing. Last year, the number one thing was traffic and speeding and the enforcement of what was going on. And in addition to that, I mean, my email and my voicemail are always open. The amount of people that reach out to me on social media for their issues, it's a 24/7 communication line to me, and I've always helped them in regards to their issues of what's going on for not only the City of Merced, but also District 5.
The next speaker will be Felipe Rojas Flores.
So the first thing that I think the City Council can do is host more town halls throughout the year, not just at the beginning of the year. And maybe they don't need to involve the entire City Council. Maybe it can be the mayor and your district representative, so that you can have them in smaller, more intimate settings, and you're not trying to speak in front of 7 people. Something else that I think City Council members should do, and something I can commit myself to, is actually doing the outreach to our constituents. To get people involved, I think we need to go to the people. Expecting them just to show up and bring their issues isn't enough. When you only have a meeting on Monday evenings, you very limited in the number of people that are going to bring their concerns, right? Working class families are not going to be able to attend the meetings on a Monday evening, because they have to work the next day or take care of their children.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Alex Correa.
So 3 town halls a year is not enough. And setting the goals and priorities at 8 a.m. on a Saturday morning is not adequate. As mentioned, families work, there's priorities. They're worried about keeping a roof over their head, paying the public utilities bill. So I would definitely commit to hosting office hours in the district in various locations. And not everybody's comfortable with public speaking or coming to City Hall or know the process. I would also want to open up the calls back to City Hall. We saw that during the pandemic. It works and it's effective to get engagement from the community. I don't understand how the city can conduct business and say that they're representing people when they're not listening to people. The other thing I want to see come back is the state of the city. We used to do those. On top of that, I also want to hear the state of the youth. I want to make sure that we hear from our youth and provide an opportunity and a platform to hear how our young people are doing.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Mike Harris.
Thank you. As Sarah said, we're a representative government. We listen to people. People can get hold of us by voicemail, by email, by social media, but there is no substitute for town halls. You get to hear other people's views. You get to hear other residents telling their stories, and more town halls is really important. And we can do virtual town halls also. You can combine physical town halls and virtual town halls, but I think there really is no substitute for getting everybody in one place and being able to hear the different points of view from your neighbors and your friends. And I would also advocate they don't have to be the entire city council. They can be the mayor and the affected district, but be open to everybody.
The next speaker will be Cynthia Kelly.
Okay, so as I said, in August, as a candidate, I actually hosted 4 virtual town halls, which were fairly well attended, and it gave me an idea of what the issues are for people in District 3. I also have an email chain of about 275 people, so every 2 weeks after a city council meeting, I will send out an email to those people in District 3 that are subscribed to that email chain and let them know what happened at the city council level. And it would be my intention to have district-specific town halls if I'm elected. I want to have at least 4 a year in the Central District, specifically for District 3 residents, so that way I know what you would need from me as a representative of District 3.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Sair.
So I just pulled out my phone to see how many meetings I've attended in the last couple weeks. This week alone, there was 2 meetings where the city hosted was reaching out. For example, the one-way traffic direction on Main Street. I think the city's doing a better job at hosting these town hall forums. It doesn't necessarily just have to be the city council members and the mayor. There's been the Merced Police Department meetings these past couple of weeks, and those have been amazing. It was very well attended last week. And so we need more of those town hall meetings where we get our different departments to go out there and hear the people, not just us. And the city council members should be there. But the town hall meetings are great. And then we need to do a better job at marketing and educating and really marketing our city council meetings, the town forums, all of this, because the main complaint I hear is, I didn't know about that. When did this happen? Why is that happening? So we need to do better.
Thank you for all of that, and thank you for everybody's flexibility, and thank you for all of your questions, your answers that you're giving, because I think that you're really providing the people with things to think about. So our next question: the police often respond to calls regarding people that are unhoused, which you talked about, struggling with substance abuse and in mental health crisis. What alternatives would you propose to respond to these calls? You have 1 minute. We're going to start with District 3 with Cynthia Kelly.
Okay, so I know for a fact that the police also has a social worker available to them when they go on calls like this. I think that because you don't know what type of call you're going to, And I'm not just talking about somebody who's sleeping outside. I'm talking about somebody who might be in the middle of a mental health crisis. You're always going to need to send a police officer, but definitely getting a social worker, also having a paramedic, because you don't know if they have health issues on top of that. So I'd like to see that happen, engaging our paramedic staff, making sure that when these calls come in regarding unhoused people, that there is also a social worker available to go out on these police calls.
So one thing that I've been talking about and has gotten some traction from different members in the community, including business owners, is community liaisons, downtown liaisons, Bear Creek liaisons. What does that entail? A liaison is somebody with the polos, basically security, walking up and down downtown, walking up and down Bear Creek on bikes, on segways, whatever it takes, and making contact, have that constant contact with those unhoused and seeing if they need help. And after a while, they're gonna get to know them or they'll move along. So that's one way of limiting that interaction with police. But in order, if somebody's having a crisis and the social workers expanding those programs, we also need to build our police department with unsworn officers that can help address some of these calls instead of having an armed sworn officer answer these calls.
Well, speaking as somebody who's been on hundreds of those calls, I have to say that I will disagree with that and say that a sworn officer needs to go to all those calls, because those scenes can change from relatively calm to out of control in a matter of seconds. They need to be partnered with somebody with experience in social work or mental health. And the paramedics who can be cross-trained into mental health, just like they done for decades in Santa Barbara, is a way to address that within the city. Now you have somebody who can make an intelligent decision on whether or not this person needs to go to a hospital, needs to go to Marie Green, or needs to have other services. But I have to say that it's important to have a sworn officer on these scenes. I wouldn't send a social worker there without some protection.
Thank you. Next, we want to move to District 5, Felipe.
So I would say that I agree that we need more social workers. The reality is that police officers are not social workers. That's not what their training is. So having a social worker that knows how to deal with these situations with people struggling with substance abuse or having mental health issues, and knowing how to de-escalate these situations where we are able to help that individual going through a mental health episode or anything else. So what I would want to see is more social workers that are with the uniform officers, because as was said, sometimes these situations do go above the training of a social worker, and we would need any kind of support that they need in those situations.
So, first of all, Chief Stanfield's from Modesto, and serving there, Modesto PD has been able to create a great partnership between mental health clinicians and law enforcement to really address some of these calls that come in or concerns. One of the shortcomings in Modesto, though, is that they run 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. So when you're on the weekend and there's someone having a crisis, there's no one available. Definitely seeing a humanitarian approach as we're moving forward in addressing someone in crisis and having that connectivity to services. There definitely needs to be a partnership, and when we're looking at positions that are available within the police department, there's 91 positions currently filled out of the 94. Many of those are unsworn officers, but having an expansion of people who can address mental health is crucial, and that can be done also through community health workers.
Thank you. So when police do respond to the unhoused, they are bringing resources with them when it comes to mental health or drug issues. Bringing the social worker, that is a great initiative as well, because they're the ones that can administer what's really going on and how can we help this individual. What is it that they actually need? At the end of the day, you know, the county does oversee the unhoused programs, but we need to continue to be a great partner with them. And what resources do they need from us? And I mean, for myself, I'm always in communication with our county supervisors, and I'm talking to them about what are these trends that we're seeing on a city level, and how can you guys help us on the county level? Because this really is a partnership with each other.
Thank you. The Merced County Association of Governments oversees Merced's public transit system. How would you make public transportation more accessible for everyone? You'll have a minute to answer this question. The first speaker will be Alex Correa.
So definitely looking at these partnerships and strengthening partnerships, increasing safe and walkable neighborhoods can definitely address some of the transportation needs in our community. What it really comes back down to, though, is community input on what these needs are. As the association is meeting, and as I was reading all the unmet needs over the years, the last one that was posted said there's no needs. And we clearly see that there is, as people are trying to connect to the different bus lines and making sure that they're running in hours, or in that there's a really good time schedule for people to be able to make their destination on time. It takes 30 minutes to get from one edge of town to the next. I live right behind Rivera, and when I'm trying to go down to Rancho, for example, it takes about 30 minutes. So I have to plan it out and make sure that this connectivity is available.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Sarah Boyle.
Thank you. So MCAG, I'm a huge supporter of them. If you had the mayor here right now, he'll tell you how many times he's ridden the bus. But one thing that I am proud that they do is they offer these programs, like especially during the summer, they allow people to ride for free. So they're looking at some of those initiatives of how can we get more people to utilize our buses to get around town. I know that they had programs for veterans, and they're also the ones who oversee yards, so that people in Merced can go to Yosemite and enjoy like our own national park in our backyard. I mean, our whole tagline for Merced is the gateway to Yosemite. So I mean, in conversations with them, of course, I'm going to let them know, like, hey, these are some of the issues that we're hearing, and we need to look into it. And I feel that we have a great partnership with MCAG. If I had it my way, would I have them bring in a trolley that brought UC Merced students directly to downtown Merced, and it had it running for Thursday to Sunday. So there's conversations that are going on, and I'm glad to have that partnership with them.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Felipe Rojas Flores.
Thank you. So during my time at UC Merced, I would take the bus to campus, and I live out here by the airport. And like Alex said, it took me maybe 40 minutes to go literally corner to corner in Merced. So I'm a fan of the bus. I think it's affordable and it's reliable. The issue I see that it's not convenient. When I can drive to campus in about 15 minutes instead of 40 minutes on the bus, I'm a drive. So making public transit more convenient for everyone, I think is the best way to make it accessible for everyone. The trolley idea that Councilmember Boyle mentioned, it's something that's already being done in Fresno, that connects Fresno State to the Tower District. We can do that here, but I wouldn't focus it just on UC students, but the community as a whole. If we need to go to a grocery store because we're not near one, I want to be able to go to the grocery store when it's convenient for me. So it's already reliable, it's affordable, we just need to make it convenient.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Sair Laura Rodriguez.
So I'll be honest, I haven't ridden the bus in Merced in a very, very long time, but I personally love public transportation. Whenever I get to a city where I don't have to drive, I love it. I love it. I just rather do it. New York, San Francisco, I'll take the Muni all day. And so we need to improve that. We need to get that mentality that we have some good lines here in Merced, but like some of the council members have said, some of the candidates have said, is that it does take a while to get to UC Merced. So we have to improve. One way we can do that, let's discuss Express. At Long Beach State, one of the things that they did, if you were a Long Beach State student, you got to ride the bus for free. So let's do that for our UC Merced students. Let's add some express routes. So, and I think they might already do that. Forgive me if I don't know, but we have to, make sure that downtown and the different neighborhoods are accessible, not just the routes around the UC track bus. And I would really love to see more students in this area as well. And because UC students are Merced resident, and they're not just UC students.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Mike Harris.
I would advocate for free transport if under a certain income level or if you're a student. It's the ticket to the way to get to jobs, to services. You may even avoid calling an ambulance because you have no other way to get to health services. It's not like it's going to be taking away somebody's paying spot. There's openings there, and it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Cynthia Kelly.
Okay, so as a former employee of MCAG and the Assistant Transit Manager of Yards, I can let you know that transit is authorized by the Federal Transit Authority. Both of those are grant programs, and the majority of the grant is based on the ridership of those systems. We talk about these express buses. Well, Dial-A-Ride was eliminated, and in its place came microtransit for the bus. There are also free and reduced fares for the bus. So when we're looking at this, the question should be, we should be contacting our state and federal representatives to demand more funding to expand routes. That's the way to get more accessible transit. We also have CAT Tracks that serves the UC students and is free. There is a UC Merced route on the bus as well that is also free to UC Merced students. But the thing you need to do is understand that these are federally funded programs, and then to expand these routes, you have to go to the feds to get additional money.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. Next, we'd like to ask, how will you actively work to promote cultural diversity, inclusivity, and representation within local government and city events? We have 1 minute, and I'd like to start off with District 3, Mr. Mike Harris. How will you actively work to promote cultural diversity, inclusivity, and representation within local government and city events?
It's a matter of reaching out, because if you just stay within your own cocoon, you're going to see your own people, your own faces. You have to make the effort to reach out. Things like the Mercado, I love that. You know, we have such diversity there and such exposure. More events like that, more events that the city can sponsor like that. We have to encourage people to want to be inclusive. It's got to be a welcoming atmosphere for them, so they don't feel like they're breaking into some place, but they're welcome, and that their views and their opinions are valued. So it's really up to us to make that effort and go out and prioritize inclusivity.
Thank you. I think we need to look at where we are with our local leadership. We currently have two major populations that are unrepresented at the city council level. That is Indian Americans and African Americans. So we need to look at when we're voting, who we are voting for, how do they represent us. I can tell you that was privileged to go out to the Sikh temple and speak to them, and I was also privileged to talk to several black churches here in Merced. And they do not feel that they have a connection to the city council because there's no one on the council who understands the challenges and the issues that are in their communities. So we need to start looking at being diverse in our local leadership, and then we can project that out into the community.
So yes, Merced is very diverse. We all know this, and that's one of the great things about our city. And so tonight, by the way, there's the Hispanic Heritage Block Party at the Tioga, so let's make sure to go to that. And so working with these different organizations, the different businesses, the Merced Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, which I am a member of, does the Mercado. And so they do these Mercados every other month up until November, and these are great events. So the city can work on doing some of those events to bring that to really promote the cultures, but we also need to work with our different communities here in Merced, our Asian Pacific Islander community, a Hmong association, Lao association, and the Hmong community as well, so that we can do events with them that really showcase their culture in our city, because they are a big part of our city.
Yes, now, thank you so much for that. We're going to move to District 5, Ms. Sarah Boyle.
Thank you. So one thing that I'm very proud of our council is the Mercado, the Hispanic Chamber, did come to us back in 2021, seeing the need of a farmer's market that took place in Merced. I grew up, and that was something my mom took me to every week on a Thursday, was the downtown farmer's market. And I still remember that to this day. So approving for the Hispanic Chamber to implement that event to come to our city was a huge boost. It was great. I love that they're continuing to do that. But we also have Lao New Year that happens in May. We have the Hmong New Year that happens in December. And we continue to support these events, and we show up. And I think that's the number one thing is I might be white, but I still show up to these community and cultural events because this is my community, and I'm here to support them, and I want them to know that I support them.
So as to the first part of the question, has to we increase cultural diversity, inclusion, and representation at the local government level? And something that's important to me is language access. Right now we have Spanish and Hmong interpreters, but people speak more languages than Spanish, English, and Hmong. There's a growing population here in Merced of indigenous people from Latin America that speak languages like Mixteco. So having local government provide interpreters on documents in their language that they speak or read would be the first step in ensuring that they have access to their elected officials, local governments, and all the agencies that they depend on. As for events, I think I agree with everybody where having these events like the Mercado, Hmong New Year, and having our representatives be there is the best way to ensure that we know what's going on in our community, that we're connected with the community. In essence, I think city council members are outreach workers for the city. They're the first contact of these communities, and we should be comfortable in being in these spaces to welcome others.
So first of all, I would make sure public funds stay in Merced, that these funds are being used as investments to the community, not to city council members to attend like leadership programs. I really want to ask the community, what would you do with $10,000 to $20,000 in providing events and cultural diversity in our community? There's a shortcoming with the lack of a tourism board. In 2018, I got a call, a firm in LA wanted to shoot a commercial here in our community, and they called me because they said, you don't have a tourism board. And usually we work with them to pull out permits. The same thing with yards. They said the majority of people who come out are actually from out of town, which is a good thing, but also a bad thing, because they also mentioned we work with the Madera Tourism Board, where we're Stanislaus County. Merced does not have one. Also, I want to see transparency in City Hall and opening up City Hall through a program that community understands how departments operate and budgets are formed. We saw City of Fresno did that just recently, and we could do that right here in Merced, but it goes back to transparency and the funding to stay here in our community.
Thank you. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the unemployment rate in the city of Merced is about 10%. How will you create economic opportunities that provide sustainable wages for all residents and allow them to achieve upward mobility? You will have a minute to answer this question, and the first speaker will be Felipe Rojas Flores.
So I think the best way to create economic development is to support the businesses that are started here locally, as opposed to trying to get big business to come into town. And the reason I would prioritize local businesses first, because they're the first ones that are gonna stay here, right? We just saw the Save Mart warehouse close. Save Mart's owned by a private equity firm out of Canada. I don't think they have an interest in Merced. Local business leaders do. Local businesses do. So I think in ensuring that the city is there to help any city residents to start their own business, develop their own business, grow their business is the best way to ensure jobs are created and jobs that are sustainable and are going to be here in Merced for generations. Another thing that we can do is also encourage more unionized workforces. I'm a union member myself, and I big supporter of workers' right to collectively organize.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Alex Carrillo.
So first of all, we need a robust economic development department that provides a community-centered approach and attracts high-road economic employment to our city. What that means is we also need to attract large industry that provides good-paying jobs and is conscious about the environmental impacts of our community. With these good-paying jobs, also providing a platform and removing red tape and ensuring a smooth process to do business with the city. I started a small business here in the city of Merced, and I'll tell you right now, they had me running around between the county, the city, and different departments just to pull the permits necessary and have the appropriate licensing. So that investment also goes back to startups and pop-ups through our community. There's a lot of pop-ups that come out in our city in the evening, like taco stands, and they provide a lot of concerns. There's no worker safety and ensuring that people are getting paid their fair wages as they're working, making tacos in the evening.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Sarah Boyle.
Thank you. So yes, unemployment rates, if you've looked at it, it has increased since the last month, and it is a concern of mine. And how are we going to address that? So I've always been a support of local owned businesses. I've worked for a handful of locally owned businesses, and I've enjoyed every moment of it, and they really are the root of our community. Another thing is I'm sitting on currently the Economic Development Committee with the City of Merced, and we're in discussions of what does economic development look like. And it's not just like we're gonna bring in some, warehouse to come in, but it's like, what are the skills that we currently have here that you can easily come in and hire people locally? And then another thing is we need to be looking at available space and future space. What does the bigger scale of Merced look like, and where are we growing when it comes to industrial and commercial areas? And then, then look for the space for the potential employers and where they can make their footprint here in Merced.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Cynthia Kelly.
Thank you. I actually own a small business myself, and I can tell you the process to open a small business in Merced can be somewhat challenging. We need to make that easier so that we are seeing more small businesses open up, more opportunities for entrepreneurship. Also, knowing that we have a 10% unemployment rate, we need to be out there retraining our workforce. We have a huge ag and tech presence here in Merced. So we need to be focusing our workforce training on those industries where jobs are currently available and good paying jobs that are currently available in those industries. We also do, like I have said this before, I am fully in support of Councilwoman Boyle's directive to bring in an outside consultant and look at Merced, get a really good picture of Merced, and guide us in what the future of economic development should be here in Merced. And that's where I stand on that.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Zaire Lara Rodriguez.
So I myself am a business owner. I run an education consulting company, and Merced is difficult. The word around the business community is that Merced is not business friendly. It's very difficult to do business in Merced. It's getting a little better. I had a great conversation with our city manager the other day about opening breweries. It's actually, the city has done a great job to facilitate that. But there is already that stigma, and so we need to get out into the business community that Merced will be business friendly. We need all types of businesses, small and large. That is how we support our growing community. Yeah, construction is one of our big ones. So if we do more development, then that's going to increase a lot of qualified construction jobs that can lead to skilled jobs in the future. And we need to build our economic development department.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Mike Harris.
Thank you. I won't differentiate between small businesses or large business. I'll take any business that wants to come to Merced and provide jobs. Bringing in business brings in revenue. Revenue funds road repair, sidewalks, services. Large businesses come with training programs to give the local people skills that they may not have to function in those businesses. If I were the economic development director, there'd be cobwebs by my desk because I would be out selling Merced as much as possible. We have a product here. We have a city that's amazing. People are not breaking down our doors to come offer us businesses. We have to go to them. We have to sell them Merced. I'm prepared to do that. We need to do that. Bring the businesses in, because with the businesses comes better economic health, and that goes all the way down to fixing potholes.
I'm having a love-hate relationship with this microphone, and I'd just like to say this is our last question that we'll be asking. I want to thank everybody who is here and for your attention. And thank you so much for your flexibility. And we're going to go to this last question. Okay, so I'm going to get real formal now. The City of Merced has a total budget of over $400 million. What is your assessment of the city's fiscal position, and what are your priorities as it relates to the city budget? You'll have 1 minute. I'm going to start with District 3, Mr. Zaire Lara Rodriguez.
So as we know, this budget is not enough to address all the issues that we have in our community. It sounds like a lot, but it's really not. So how do we get more money? We need to build more, get property taxes. We need to find better ways of economic development for businesses. And so, so we need to, because this fund is not enough, so we need to make sure that we're able to support a lot of the things that we talked about, because it sounds great, but how are we going to pay for a lot of the things we talked about today? Our police chief has done a great job at looking at outside sources, looking at state funding, at grants, different things like that. All of that, those are things that we can do to help fund some of the things that we talked about today, because we're not building right now a lot. Yes, there's a lot of projects coming, but when those houses are sold, that's when we're going to start generating some of that property tax income coming in.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'd like to hear from Mr. Mike Harris.
Thank you. There's plenty of money in the budget, said no one ever. We can always use more money, as I alluded to in the last question. The way to get that revenue is to bring in businesses, not to tax already overtaxed residents. I think we suffer sometimes from tunnel vision. We decide that we can't do this project in a single fiscal year, so we move on to something else, when in fact we should be looking at long-term budgeting and multiple fiscal years. If you can't do it in one fiscal year, how many will it take? Can we do it in 2? Can we do it in 3? Let's set aside budget so that the project gets done and not just overlooked. We need to have a good 5-year strategic plan that gets updated every year and keeps us on track. If we don't keep looking at it, then it will eventually fall through the cracks.
Thank you for that. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Cynthia Kelly.
Right, so 400 million is typical for a city of this size. It sounds like a lot of money, but again, I agree with both Zaire and Mike that it is not. And there's only so many dollars to go to so many departments and so many projects. So I think what we need to start doing is prioritizing. The city does have a priority and goal settings workshop where they decide what the priorities are for that year and the year next. They've been very good in the past few years about carrying over priorities that they weren't able to fund for that year. So I want to see them continue to do that. I'd also like to see them starting more grant programs. They need to really get a permanent grant writer, get out there, run after these grants, and get these funds that we need to do these projects that are so invaluable to our city.
I have to get a little laugh. Okay. Next, we'd like to hear from District 5, Mr. Alex Carrillo.
You said my last name perfectly. So we need a well-functioning city, and that looks like retention of staff and providing upward mobility for current staff. We also need to, make sure that positions are being filled. Currently, there's a lot of vacancies within our city, and Venus and the budget preparers have done a great job of providing a healthy budget. But in the state of California, the governor delayed and deferred a lot of the items, and we haven't felt the full grant of the budget yet. We're going to see that more and more as the years come by, 2 to 3 years to be exact. And we also need to start addressing displacement of businesses with high-speed rail and the Mid-C project. We are going to have business loss. That means jobs in our community. And we also need to be able to promote. Merced and retain some of the monies that are passing through our highways as they're going up to Yosemite or going to their next destination. Stop and visit our stores, leave us our money, and go on your way.
Next, we'd like to hear from Ms. Sarah Boyle.
Thank you. So the priorities in regarding to the budget, it ultimately comes down to economic development. So every 3 years we do our negotiations with our labor force, and we just passed this last year. We're going to be doing a 5-year forecast soon, and there are some worries of where we will see ourselves in 3 years with our budget, and that ultimately comes down to economic development. Our sales tax is what funds our general fund, so we have to really take this seriously going forward. So I wrote no notes, so I would try to see on, so we need to be creative in what we're trying to look for and what we're trying to do, and look at our budget. What are those money pits, and what can we do to kind of either alleviate those, or how can we get grant funding for those? We have Measure Y, which was our cannabis tax, but now it's starting to flatline. We have Measure C, and even though it passed, it probably should have been a full tax to really look at those issues that are going on with public safety and roads, and ultimately we need to start making Merced the destination for others to come here and spend their money here.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Lastly, we'd like to hear from Mr. Felipe Rojas Flores.
So I think I agree with a lot of the candidates up here that we need a grant writer. I would go as far as to say grants development. In my line of work, the grants department is the one that allows us to do our work with low-income individuals. So I think a grants department within the city of Merced would pay for itself and bring more funding to the city without having to raise any taxes. More long-term budgeting is something I would see. we know programs and projects are coming to Merced. We know high-speed rail is coming. And we need to anticipate that and start setting aside money for, I don't know if that means helping relocate the Merced Senior Center. We know high-speed rail is coming. Maybe we can start saving money so we can build an underpass on G Street so that the entire city has a straight shot to the hospital and not be delayed by any trains that might be stopped there. So more long-term budgeting.
Thank you. As we come to the end of our forum, we'd like to thank all candidates for their insightful contributions. We now move to the final segment of our forum, the closing statements. Each candidate will have 1 minute to summarize their key points and share their final thoughts with the audience. Let's begin with District 5, Sarah Boyle.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you for everyone that came out here in person, but also that is watching online to listen to not just District 5, but also District 3. As always, elections are very important, and it is important for you to go out and vote. Like I said, I am born and raised here in Merced. I love Merced, and I care for Merced, and I want the best for Merced. I'm always here to listen to you. My key initiatives, like I had mentioned, are definitely the economic development. That is going to be my main focus in the next 4 years, being on City Council. There is a lot of other issues as Merced grows, but luckily for me, I have that intimate understanding of what has been going on in the last 3.5 years, and to take that knowledge and implement it for the next 4 years.
Thank you. Next, Felipe Rojas Flores.
So I want to thank all our wonderful hosts for having us here today. I also want to give a thanks to the interpreters. I know how difficult it is to interpret simultaneously, so thank you for sharing your talent with us today. So for me, like I mentioned earlier, I was born, raised, and educated here in Merced. The main why as to why I'm running for City Council is housing affordability. You can have all these great projects coming down the road, but if I can't afford to live here, I'm not going to be around to see them. So that's my why, forcing affordable housing for Merced residents. The other two issues that are important to me are infrastructure and public safety. Like I mentioned just a few seconds ago about having the entire city have a straight shot to the hospital in cases of emergency. That's public safety and infrastructure combined. Having curb extensions as a traffic easing measure is another combination of public safety and infrastructure. So remember to vote November 5th. Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Next, we would like to hear from Alex Carrillo.
thank you. So I've lived in Merced for the past decade, and as the city is planning the 5-year forecast, I've taken the last decade seriously. It didn't just happen in the last 3.5 years. And we knew that high-speed rail was coming, and that now they're providing eminent domain to all these buildings, including the Boys and Girls Club. Yet the city lacks transparency and accountability in communicating with the various entities like the Boys and Girls Club, the Senior Center, and the Merced Lao Family Community Center. So you can count on me on transparency and accountability for our local government and being a voice and using that platform to make sure our community needs are being met. So if you believe it's time to get more from Merced, please check your voter registration, register your family and friends, and have a plan to vote. If you can't vote, I encourage you to reach out to me. We are reaching out to as many voters as we can, and the future of Merced depends on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we would like to hear from District 3, Mike Harris.
Thank you to everyone who organized, attended either in person or online. I think everybody sitting at this table has great desire and convictions. You need to look at your candidates. You need to do a deep dive, go to their websites, find out more about them. A minute is a short time to give you our views. There's more to us than that. Do your research. Find out who we are. If you're not registered to vote, please register. And be sure and vote either by mail or in person, make your voice heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we would like to hear from Cynthia Kelly.
Okay, so thanks to everyone for showing up today. I know it's hard to come out on a Saturday, and I definitely appreciate it. And thanks to our hosts as well. I agree with Mike. Please research your candidate. You need to know your candidate. So do the research, go to their websites. For me, I support safer neighborhoods. I support expanded youth programs. I want to see increased small business support, affordable and sensible housing. And what I truly want is a balance between planning for the future, but improving the quality of life for Mercedians today.
Thank you. Lastly, we would like to hear from Sair Lara Rodriguez.
So thank everybody for coming. Gracias a todos por venir hoy. And I really just want to remind everybody, I'm from Merced. There's a lot of things that I know we can do, and I would like to see put into fruition. But I've shared some of my qualifications today. I've been one of the strongest advocates for District 3 in the downtown area for the past few years. As a city council member, I have the proven track record that I'll be able to work with my fellow council members to get things done and achieve positive results, not just for District 3, but for all of Merced. I will make sure that my goals, I will prioritize public safety, quality of life, infrastructure, economic development, and youth programs. And again, I really want to work together with the council to be proactive and address all the changes that are coming to Merced.
Thank you. Now we will take some audience questions. If you have written a question on one of the postcards, please hand them to Blanca or Luis, who are going around collecting them.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Blanca Ojeda, and thank you guys so much for coming. We wanted to ask and see, because we know we're at time, but we wanted to ask and see if you would be willing to stay a little bit longer. We did get some questions submitted online, and I know the audience submitted a few questions. So first, I want to check in with you because we do respect your time. If you're able to stay a few minutes longer to get through at least a couple of those questions. Perfect, thank you. The first question is, as a candidate, you'll face the challenge of balancing the needs and voices of various groups in our communities. Whose needs will you prioritize, and how will you ensure that the voices of ordinary constituents are heard and acted upon over those of special interest groups? And I think we'll just go ahead and start with Mike, and then we'll just go down.
I would not prioritize any specific group. I would go by needs of the community, needs of the people. Special interest groups don't really have a place on my table. They're not for Merced. I want to do the best for all the people of Merced, and again, based on what they need. If somebody needs roads in another district, it doesn't matter who's living on those roads. I want to get those roads fixed. If somebody needs services, then I want to get those services provided. The best way I can do that is to be accessible, to listen to people, and to communicate their needs to the rest of the council and make it happen within the city.
So as for voices being heard, I can tell you that I will always prioritize the needs of the constituents, because I won't forget who put me in this position. We have seen in the past that some of our council members sometimes forget that they were put there by citizens who depended on them and who had faith in them that they would make decisions based on the needs of their communities and on the city of Merced. So I will always put the voices of the constituents ahead of anything else.
Well, I'm going to be honest. Whose needs I'm going to prioritize? The needs of District 3. Why? Because they're the ones that elected me to be on that council to represent them. In addition, I will work with my fellow council members to address the needs of their respected districts as well. Because again, we need to work together, but my district will come first, because they are who elected me. We have parts of Bear Creek that are falling into the creek, parts of the bike path that are falling in there. So that's not a need that necessarily affects District 5, but it's affecting us. So that's a need that we need to fix. So yes, I will prioritize them, but I will work with my fellow council members to get things done. And yeah.
Thank you. So a lot of times with the issues, it's becoming creative in how we can solve these issues. And as a council, it's like, how can we get them done together? Another thing that gets brought to my attention when people reach out to me, it's an issue that they're seeing in the district, and sometimes it's issues that they're seeing not in their district. And even though I represent District 5, I'm representing the City of Merced, and how can we listen to them and work together, and also bring the issues to the city staff, saying, hey, this is what we're seeing and hearing, and this is what was brought to our attention, and making sure they know what's going on, so that when they have to make decisions, they know what's going on. Another thing too is there are issues that get brought forward to the city, and sometimes it's a city that's not responsible of that, but also working with our other jurisdictions so they know of what these issues are.
So I would prioritize the constituents of District 5 and the people of Merced as a whole. Special entrants, I don't know them. And I encourage everyone to look at the city's website, as all candidates are required to disclose who funds their campaign. Look at who's giving donations to our campaign to see if, when we say that we won't prioritize special interests, you can double check who are we receiving money from. But yes, I would prioritize the residents of District 5 and Merced as a whole. Bear Creek splits District 3 and District 5, so these concerns are not specific to any one district, and we need to work together as a city council, because as a Merced, even as a city, Merced is still relatively small enough where what affects one district affects another, right? District 5, Merced Mall. It doesn't matter what district you live in, you know about the Merced Mall and its current condition. Doesn't matter what district you live in, you know what flooding happened. So I would support or prioritize the people of Merced.
So as a former field representative, one of my main functions was to provide constituent services. And that did not matter how much money you had in your pocket or in your bank account, or what political party or affiliation you were a part of. Whoever walked in that door, I made sure that they were receiving the services that they came in for, and helping them navigate the complex state agencies that they had an issue with. Working for a public institution, especially focused on public policy, when a state legislator or a decision maker reaches out, we have to look at that policy and make sure that we look at the impacts to community and workers. And that goes the same way. That train loves to come by, right? And that goes the same way at the local level, and ensuring that our local representatives are listening to the community. Again, I don't understand how our city council can limit the voices of our neighborhoods and the constituents that they serve. So I'll make sure that I am accessible through office hours, but also, via other means of communication.
Test. Hello, everyone. My name is Luis Ojeda, pronouncer him, and I'm with the ACLU of Northern California. Thank you all so much to everyone who submitted these wonderful questions. We're going to do our best to try and get through a few more. So I'm going to ask this next question. As Merced is growing, how do you plan to ensure space for intellectually and developmentally disabled individuals to have equal employment opportunities and housing and basic need security? And I'll start on the opposite end with Alex and then go down.
So first of all, we do need a safe space for community to come together. With high-speed rail, we're seeing that being removed in our community, and the city's lack of engaging the Boys and Girls Club, Merced Senior Inc., and the Merced Law Family. So let's start there. Let's start making sure that there's a space available, and there is. The Merced Sunstar, I mean, the building caught on fire recently, again, because of the lack of planning from the city to address these vacant buildings. In District 5, we don't have a community center at all. And so ensuring that there is a space in District 5 for community to come together. There is the Regional Valley Center in District 5 that provides opportunities for the mentally people with different abilities in our community. And so, again, connectivity to services and making sure that people are aware of what those services are. I've heard it before working for the state, people trying to figure out how to even know what local resources are available.
So this question hits really close to home because of my sister, who's an individual with development issues. And what I would want to see and promote as a city council member for individuals with special capacities is, we know what works in the program that my sister attends every day. From 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., she goes to the MAC and takes art lessons and develops her social and motor skills so that she can, be successful in life despite any disabilities she might have. So just taking that and reproducing it across the city. There's a lot of talent here in Merced, and there's a lot of programs that are doing the good work, and if we know what works, we can just duplicate it elsewhere. So that would be what I do as a city council member. Take what works for individuals' special capacities already and bring it to the city as a whole.
Thank you. So for myself, it's continue those conversations with our community partners that provide these programs already. One thing that our council did in the last 3 years was to approve more installations of ADA park equipment. So implementing those so that those with ADA, they can enjoy our park resources. And I'm very proud that we were the ones to implement this. And then as always, just continue these initiatives and listening to what our constituents that are with disabilities, what are the needs that they're looking at, and how can we implement those?
So yes, I will further add, we do need to continue that communication and partnership with the community and county partners. One of the things I've been hearing, talking to a lot of citizens in District 3 is the senior center, they're concerned. Right now they haven't heard where it's going to be moved. I know there's plans to it, but they are still very concerned. The Boys and Girls Club with the high-speed rail and ACE train is also going to be displaced. Some of the seniors have taken it as a blessing in disguise because they're taking the bus all the way from Bellevue or other places in the city to here. So maybe we can start exploring making sure that these centers are accessible for most of the residents. Why? Because we are growing a lot and we're growing towards District 1. So let's be proactive. Let's make these centers accessible to everybody towards where the city's growing. Yes, it's going to suck losing them, but let's build them somewhere where everybody can access them and they're more centered.
Okay, so ensuring space for developmentally disabled individuals. We have the Central Valley Opportunity Center here in Merced. We have Adult Day Out. We had Wired Cafe. So we have programs in place, and I think we need to just get the word out that these programs are already available. And I will tell you, as a formerly disabled adult who had mobility issues, did have a legal placard. Parking in this downtown area, handicap parking, I either had a choice to park at Trevino's or park by City Hall. And that was to get downtown with a lack of mobility. So we need to look at our main street, add additional handicap accessible parking. And yeah, that's where I'm at.
I agree with almost everything that's been said, but I want to add that something very important is to facilitate transportation to and from these existing programs. It doesn't help to have these programs if the people can't get to them, can't get back from them. Also regarding high-speed rail, this next council is going to be deciding the future of the Boys and Girls Club, the Senior Center, even Costco. So it's very important that a lot of planning goes into that. There's a lot of places, as I think Sayer mentioned, the people in the Senior Center are almost looking forward to being in a different area. But with all that comes the transportation that the city can provide to get people back and forth to these wonderful programs.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to ask one final question, and then we're going to go ahead and close out with the audience questions. But I will encourage you all to mingle with the audience here, as there's a ton of questions that unfortunately we won't be able to get through. One of the fastest growing demographics in Merced is seniors. Seniors need cheap or free and safe transportation. Seniors need programs to help keep them engaged mentally, physically, and socially. How can our city government be more involved in developing programs or better access to programs for seniors? And related, there was also a question about funding for housing for veterans programs. So I think if folks could also touch on that, that would be super helpful. And again, I'll start on the other end with Alex.
Are we starting?
Sorry, Mike, my apologies. Thank you.
Well, as the only senior veteran to be at the table, I certainly support those programs. I just ask that they be done by 8 o'clock at night. You know, bedtime for seniors. There are a number of wonderful programs, again, in Merced. I've often tried to think, what would a senior program look like if it was based on the Mercado? Seniors, we're pretty set in our ways. You know, we like to get together amongst ourselves. We love food, so we like barbecues and things like that. Veterans, if you haven't been part of the American Legion, it's a wonderful place for veterans to go to, and they provide their own services there. And seniors need transportation also. So that goes right along with our previous talk about facilitating transportation.
Okay, well, you're not the only senior, at least according to AARP. So I happen to be kind of a senior as well. I will tell you, Merced College has a wonderful senior program, and I think it's unutilized. So I think getting the word out there that there's programs available through Merced College, and the City of Merced can piggyback off of that. Like, if they're offering youth programs, they can start up senior programs. I'd love to see seniors participate in outdoor activities that were sponsored by the City of Merced. As for funding for veterans housings, I think we need to look at that. We do have veterans transitional housing. I'd like to see the city expand that, and also the retention in that housing. So not just transitional, but make that into permanent housing for our veterans. And that's it. Thank you.
So for seniors, again, we talked a little bit about the senior center, but we really need to be proactive in letting our seniors know where that's going to be and finding a more centered place for that. But I also want to bring up that there's also Latino seniors, and so we need to take them into consideration, because I have a couple tias here that don't know about the senior center, and I have one tia that came in and she said that the senior center here wasn't really what she was looking for. So we need to, Merced's 59% Latino, so we need to address that too, and whatever senior programs or senior centers we develop, we can work with the MAC to provide art workshops or different things for our seniors, and you know, we got to work with the county for programs for our veterans, and because they are the main funding source for a lot of that.
1 minute sometimes is not a lot. Okay, so the last 2 years I've been able to go to Washington, D.C., and one of the initiatives that we brought forward was it's the VASH program, and you receive these vouchers, veterans do, and this is what approves them to get into housing. The only thing is when you are in this, when you get one of these vouchers, there is a caseworker that goes along with it, and that's where they're finding the shortage of is these workers that go along with these vouchers. And part of the other problem is you have to have your master's and you're getting about $65,000 a year. And so when you look at the amount of money you've spent on your education to go and get this job, which is a very rewarding job, we can't get those vouchers without that person. So we are seeing this lack. And so we've been advocating for this when we go to Washington, D.C. the last 2 years. And really quickly, our PD, they do educational programs for elders. And then also, I 100% would support any programs regarding to transportation. Need to talk to MCAG and what they can do to help transit elders at a discounted rate.
So something I mentioned earlier and I'll mention again is I think making sure that public transit is convenient for our seniors because as Sayer mentioned, we're a diverse community. Different seniors have different ideas of what their golden years are going to look like. If you ask my tias o tios, like if they were going to go to a retirement home, no way they're doing that. They want to age in their home, and having public transportation that is convenient for them to go from their home to whatever programs we have as a city would be a good way to ensure all seniors have access to these programs. Additionally, I would make a commitment to all the seniors in Merced. Any programs we do have already, I would make sure that they're protected and we get proactive in relocating the senior center. Yeah, and with veterans, we need to make sure the federal government's doing their part so that we can repay veterans for their service. They signed a blank check for our country, and we need to make sure that we're repaying that now.
So local government has to be proactive in safeguarding our communities, but also advocating and showing up for our communities when it's necessary. So who your state and federal representatives matter. That is where we get funding for a lot of the programs for veterans. And so I'm committed to increasing our partnerships and using the platform of council member to secure living spaces, but also investments into like our Legion Hall, which still needs a lot of improvements. Our county has done a decent job. However, it's not enough when you're having veterans not wanting to access services or not knowing where to go when they need these services. In terms of senior programming, working with Merced Senior Inc., they raised $750,000 for the senior center. They deserve and they've earned the right to hear from our council members on where they're going to go and where they're going to access these services. So I'm definitely committed to fighting for our veterans and our seniors.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to throw it back to Elise to close us out into lunch, and then Blanca's going to come and make a quick announcement after that.
Thank you so much, for guys, for staying on and answering those questions. Did y'all enjoy yourself today? Was this good for y'all? Do you think that you had the opportunity to express what you wanted to express to our Mercedians? Feel good? Okay, good. All right, so we're going to close this one down. Thank you all. Thank to all of the candidates for joining us today. We hope everyone who joined learned something about important issues that they are concerned about. We will now break for lunch, and we'll restart around 12:45 for our mayoral candidate forum. We encourage you to also take the time to visit the information tables set up by ACLU, CNC, Cultiva, El Valle Central, CV Up, Faith in the Valley, Leadership Council, YLI, Planned Parenthood, and Valley Onward. Thank you so much.
One last announcement. We want to thank, again, all of our candidates, but especially we want to thank the Boys and Girls Club for letting us host this event here today. Give them a big round of applause, please. And then lastly, we want to encourage you to scan the QR code that's up here in the front. There's another one in the back. This is a survey about the future of the Boys and Girls Club. Please fill it out. If we want to continue to have spaces like this, it's really important that we fill out that survey. Thank you so much. And lastly, if you could please come up and grab pizza. We have pizza for you. Thank you.
Testing. Testing.
And then they were like, you can see their eyes like just go, oh shit.
You want to make the money, we want someplace to live. Can we come to a way that I can afford my rent, and your truck, and you still make your money without anything on the street? Those kind of conversations really matter. I think that's what's Yeah, I started on Rock Road and I moved here in 2005. We're not thinking about our economy. We talk about real people who live here right now. One, 2, 3 years, 6 years. We can talk about 5 years. For all of them young ones out here, what you going to do with them right now? To get them We've been doing that. We've been doing that. All the time. Yeah. You know that's right. Yes.
was like, wanted to make sure you all meet.
How are you? You were sitting over there on are you excited? Are you nervous? Okay. So, is there something I can do to support you?
Right.
You're doing it fine. You're going to be all right.
I think I'll be alright.
The first time you're doing it?
Thanks for coming.
I'm 18.
Yeah, you're growing. You got to use that push the first time voting. Is your first time voting? This will be your first time to vote? When did you turn 18? June what?
Okay.
Really?
Yes. Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Different audience.
Oh, well, we should do it. I'm a cancer. I'm going to July 6th.
All right.
Oh, July
Thank you.
6th.
Nice meeting you as well.
See? My son's birthday's on the 10th. Are you right on time?
And no, I just want to make sure you all met. You all were good. But yeah, I think you all want to start making your way up there. Obviously, Anthony's here. We're still waiting for.
Where you at? Where you at? Oh. Huh?
But yeah,
Because I'm in
Elise will be right beside you.
I got this.
Yeah.
till 2. Yeah. Wait, okay, so you're not going to come to my pizza or nothing?
You can even say it.
Right now,
Your
they're
intro,
giving
you can
yes,
just say,
12:45
I'm
I'm going to be
nervous.
back on the table.
Name it, but then just let it out.
Yeah,
I think
they're
people
there.
are here to support you as well. So the audience is just.
Yeah, so just open to the community. Anybody.
Water.
Better than
Most of
nothing.
it was put on.
Okay, but don't talk to me, son. I'll touch you later, okay? This is the first time you ever came out to support this kind of thing. These have been my son did everything.
Everybody's good?
Test. Hey everyone, we're going to get started momentarily. So we're going to ask everyone, please take a seat.
Everyone make sure to get back into their seats, wrap up their final conversations. We're going to go ahead and get started really soon. Thank you so much to everyone who is visiting the resource tables, but we're going to ask you all now to have a seat, join us so we can get started with the mayoral forum.
Thank you all so much. I'm asking one last time if folks could take a seat. We're going to get started really shortly.
How heavy is the mic? Is it heavy?
By Sabrina.
Welcome everyone to the Merced Mayoral Candidate Forum. My name is Minnie and I am one of your moderators. It is a pleasure and an honor to be with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Elise Redden, and I'm a veteran in this community, 24 years Air Force to say, and I'm a community advocate here in Merced. I'm also your moderator. I am pleased to be in partnership with the following organizations who are hosting this event: the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU of Northern California, Central Valley United for Power, Communities for New California, Cultiva El Valle Central, Faith in the Valley, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and the Youth Leadership Institute.
We're really happy to be hosting this event for you today. We have 2 candidates running for mayor of Merced. We've developed 14 questions that encompass multiple issues that affect us all, including housing, infrastructure, transportation, houselessness, policing, water, and youth voice, to name a few.
We also want to hear from you, our audience. We are curious about your vision for the City of Merced. The purpose of the forum is to give community members an opportunity to hear directly from their candidates who might represent them in the future. Now for some housekeeping rules before we get started. The restrooms are located outside the main doors, that direction. Emergency exits are on either side as well through the back. Please silence your cell phones to avoid disruptions. Childcare is available. If you need it, please see Blanca. And we still have light snacks and refreshments available at the table to my right. Lastly, we've placed pens and index cards at the tables, at your tables, for any last minute or follow-up questions. Please write them legibly.
Now let's review the candidate forum rules. To ensure our candidate forum is productive and respectful, we've established some ground rules. These guidelines are designed to create an environment conducive fair and informative dialogue, allowing each candidate the opportunity to share their views effectively while maintaining a respectful and orderly forum. We expect all participants, including candidates and audience members, to adhere to these rules throughout the event. By doing so, we can have a meaningful exchange of ideas that benefit everyone involved, particularly the voters seeking to make informed decisions. Now, some ground rules are all candidates will receive equal time to speak based on the allotted time for each question. You will be timed. You will be asked to stop if you go over the time. You'll first see a green 30-second sign when you have 30 seconds left, a yellow 10-second sign when you have 10 seconds remaining, a red stop sign when your time is up. Candidates must engage in respectful civil discourse, do not interrupt or speak over one another. Personal attacks or derogatory language are prohibited. Candidates should strictly adhere to the topics or questions presented. Distribution of campaign materials inside the forum venue is not allowed, as this is a city-owned property. The audience is kindly asked to refrain from applause or vocal reactions during the forum. Please refrain from clapping or cheering for or against a particular candidate. These rules are designed to ensure a fair, informative, and respectful event for both the candidates and the audience. Lastly, this event is being simultaneously interpreted into Spanish and Hmong, so we do ask candidates to speak slowly to give interpreters ample time to capture your statements.
Candidate introductions. Each candidate has 90 seconds to introduce themselves and give a brief statement about their vision for Merced with an overview of their key issues. So we start now. So I'm going to start off with Mr. Matt Serrato. Please share.
That works. That works. All right, thank you. I want to welcome everybody here. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate everybody who cares about our city, loves our city, working hard in whatever way they can to make our city better. That's been my commitment over the last 4 years as your mayor, and previously 4 years before that on your city council as well. Also in all kinds of other volunteer work that I do and other things as well. All of it has a heart for this community right at the center of it. The last 4 years, not just working hard, addressing the big issues in town, housing, homelessness, transportation, water, economic development, with an eye, again, towards our continued needs in those areas, but also focusing really big time, hopefully second term, on roads, on we've done a ton with our parks as well, too. Huge improvements in our parks the last few years. This is not just something I do a little bit. This is really something we work so hard on, trying to bring the community together, rallying the community in so many other ways as well, too. Our volunteer programs. I apologize that for my appearance right now. We just got done with a cleanup a few minutes ago, so we based it at Joe Herb Park. Did a great job. Got a huge contribution from UC Merced as well to bring them out. So thank you all for being here, and looking forward to hearing all your questions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Anthony Levy Martinez.
Testing. Okay, great. My name is Anthony Martinez. I was born and raised in Merced. I'm from this area. I believe in this area. I lived a few years in college, but that was just in college, and I always knew I was going to come back and try to help this area. I can't tell you why. I can tell you that ever since I was in my teens, I always had this feeling that I was supposed to go out and get something and come back and bring it here to help the people of Merced. And the older I've gotten, I've started to see that materialize. It started in the schools and where I coached, being able to help the kids and share with the kids that I was like them, that I screwed around like them, that I messed up like them, that I made my mistakes, but that doesn't mean that's all you are. That you can rise above that and become more, that you can evolve as a person. And what I would say, if you really want to know something about me, is that I believe that a person should always be trying to evolve, always be trying to grow and better themselves. And I believe a part of that, at least a big part of that for me, is how to take care of this city, evolve with this city. So one thing that I believe in as far as Merced is that I believe that we can come together as a town in order to solve the issues that have always plagued this area. Issues like crime, homelessness, graffiti, violence, the things about this community that we've always tried to fix, but the solution has always slipped away from our hands. Well, I believe in order to solve these things, we have to come together as a community. There are certain values that I grew up with: faith, family, hard work, resilience, service. These are the things that made me the person I am today, and I believe that we can rally the community around these values and uplift people through Merced values, and by doing that, we can make this city better for our children and our children's children. Thank you.
So the first question that I have for you is, what policies do you propose to ensure that residents will not be displaced through evictions? You have 90 seconds to answer this, and the first one to answer would be Anthony Martinez.
You know, when it comes to evictions and the eviction rates and things like that, I mean, I think there's always, I've been renting for a long time, and I know that sometimes certain landlords try to take advantage of situations. I think sometimes certain landlords feel like if they can squeeze a little more money, or if they can avoid doing certain repairs, things like that, that's probably what you're gonna see. And I believe that from the city standpoint, I'm not really very interested in trying to dictate the market or dictate price in the market, but I do think it is important to hold landlords accountable towards their tenants and the obligations they have towards their tenants. What I'm getting at is there are certain people, I mean, you know, not to say any names, but just my experience living, renting for quite some time, certain people try to vacate their duties when it comes to repairs. Certain people try to vacate their duties when it comes to keeping the property right or keeping the neighborhood right. And then they want to rent out tenants when they feel like they can raise the price. I think the state has done a decent job in trying to combat that. And I would wonder if maybe the state, with rent control, things like that, are probably much more informed in terms of the market effect to be carrying out policies like that. But we as a city, we can do a lot to support residents and support tenants. And I think we need to be doing that. And so I guess when it comes to the city's involvement should be to make sure that the landlords are following the laws, and that the tenants have everything they need to rent the spaces they want and to be able to basically live their lives without worrying about one more obstacle to overcome. Thank you.
Next is Matthew.
Thank you. Landlords and tenants, just like employers, employees, it's one of those relationships where people need each other in a big way. Landlords need tenants, tenants need landlords. It's a mutually symbiotic relationship. There's a massive amount of law built statewide around that relationship, trying to regulate that relationship. So it's a very, very important relationship. Both sides need each other. Us at the city, it's using our code enforcement powers, which we do very frequently, to ensure adequate facilities, make sure landlords are complying with their obligations as well. There's a whole private market as well. The courts play an enormous role, and the courts hear a lot of landlord-tenant disputes. California has a whole regimen of laws that must be followed. We're there to enforce those laws in a lot of ways through our code enforcement. Also at the city's end as well is ensuring an adequate housing supply. So you see it at the state level. You see the state coming down actually right now on a lot of cities. I believe notably City of Elk Grove, City of Huntington Beach, there's been state actions against them for not building enough housing or for turning down housing projects. That's not at all what our council's been about. That's not what I've been about. We've been aggressively approving every housing project that comes before us. We've been putting our own money into affordable housing projects. Between our home key projects and our affordable housing projects during the last few years, 700 units of affordable housing, which are coming online in the near future. As well, hundreds of units of market rate apartments also coming in the near future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So my question is, if elected, what housing policies and programs will you advance to ensure that residents have access to quality and affordable housing, including for low-income Mercedians? You have 90 seconds to answer, and we're going to start with Matt.
Thank you. First is our building codes. That is a primary way that we ensure that the new houses that are built are adequate as well. So when we, in our engineering department, our city departments are looking at new housing developments, looking at new apartment developments, they're looking closely at those to make sure that they meet different standards. Code enforcement, as I mentioned earlier, And then when it comes to aggressively expanding supply, which we have, Merced's one of the fastest growing cities in the state, one of the fastest growing cities in the state over the last few years, we'll continue to do so. And when it comes with our Childs and B project, 120 units, our 1213 V Street project, 96 units, Devonwood project, 156 units, already moving, starting to build up. Yosemite Parkway and Parsons as well, the Bella Vista project, 108 units. So all these projects are projects where we put our skin in the game. We put city money in. We use that to attract significant state grants, federal tax credits as well, using a whole broad array of funding. They call it the lasagna layer of funding, all these different layers of funding, put it all together, and then we create these projects. A number of other projects as well, our Link Housing project downtown, slated to be built in 26 or 27 with 54 units. We've streamlined a lot of our processes. Our city department, based on changes that our council gave direction for, won regional planning awards for their infill design programs. We've reduced our infill fees as well, in addition to our ADU.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anthony?
Are we able to repeat the question?
Yes, I certainly will. If elected, what housing policies and programs will you advance to ensure that residents have access to quality and affordable housing, including for low-income Mercedians?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think the council has done pretty decent work so far in sort of establishing like minimum requirements that new developers need to meet when it comes to different levels of affordable housing. And I believe that these efforts we should continue to focus on, because I think what happens is when you develop new neighborhoods, you don't want to have just one class of neighborhood over here and then another class of neighborhood all the way over there. This is how you get like a town divided, because you have like the rich side of town and then the bad side of town. When you're developing new neighborhoods, you want to make sure you have a healthy balance of different types of income in those neighborhoods. And so the policies that we can have in terms of making sure that developments have like certain quotas or certain standards so that they have all classes met within the neighborhoods, this is very significant. I think good work has been done on this in the past, and we should continue put forth on those efforts, double down on those efforts. Now, as far as the creating permanent supportive housing, things like that, I think it's very important that when we're creating these different types of housings for lower income people, maybe even people on the streets, we need to be very mindful of what exactly the third party is doing with the money we're giving them. Because lots of times you give money over and it takes years and years and years to develop something, and then by the time it's built, it doesn't even have the power to do what it was originally planned to do, because the problem of, let's say, homelessness or things like that have overwhelmed it. So I think the future of Merced when it comes to housing is to build out our housing department so we can have these things built in-house. If we can take care of things in-house, then we can monitor things a lot better and make sure they are efficient and they work for all residents of Merced. Thank you.
If elected, what are some solutions you propose to ensure existing disadvantaged communities, such as those in South Merced, get the infrastructure improvements and investments they need, including road improvements, sidewalks, lights, water, stormwater, drainage, and sewer? You have 90 seconds, and we'll start off with Anthony Martinez.
We good? Okay. So we're talking about like how we can develop infrastructure going forward, yes, in different parts of town? Wonderful. This is a very pertinent issue because, as you can tell, the city is growing, the city is expanding, and I think it's very significant to be, you have to have a vision for what exactly you're trying to grow towards. Like in my example, just an outsider looking in, it seems like over the past few years, we have tried to expand the city in terms of housing developments, but we have tried to contract the city, shrink it, in terms of business. So we're trying to concentrate business in the downtown area, but we're trying to expand neighborhoods all throughout town. But then that means that people have to drive miles and miles and miles to get basic necessities. So what I'm getting at is we should be forward thinking with our zoning and forward thinking with our planning of, all right, if you're going to build a complex here and then you're going to build neighborhood houses here, where's the grocery stores going to go? Where are the banks going to go? Things like that. It seems like now we're basically just approving developers that want to build stuff. This is why we have so many gas stations where we don't need gas stations. I think it's El Redondo in Yosemite, a beautiful neighborhood, maybe one of the most beautiful new neighborhoods in the area, and they just put a gas station right in the middle of it. I don't know if the residents asked for that, but as far as I know, it's probably not a very good fit, especially when less than a mile down the road there's a gas station right there. Stuff like this hinders infrastructure, because once that gas station's built, it's going to be a gas station for like the next 50 years. You can't just make something new there. You can't just decide now we want a community center. you're done at that point. So I think it's very key to make sure that when you approve these developments, you have a vision, you have a plan for how we're gonna bring things to the area that people need and people want, and that way they don't have to drive miles and miles and miles for basic necessities. Thank you.
Yeah. Next, we have Serrato.
South Merced infrastructure has been a big focus for us over the last few years. It will continue to be. We've redone G Street, a significant arterial in South Merced from 13th to Childs. Redid B Street as well as part of the development of the Childs and B project. In past years, we've redone M Street, N Street. Those are the big arterials in town. Those are recently paved. Those are roads that are in very good conditions. That's been a focus. Sidewalk projects as well, to your question. We have, just looking through our agendas just from the last year, we have over $5 million in sidewalk projects that have been approved, and many of them are currently underway. Notably, two big ones in South Merced, the Golden Valley to Weaver project along Childs, which is about to break ground, a project that people have been hoping for a long, long time. We were able to get that done. That's over $1 million project. In addition to that, the Motel Drive project, which we completed earlier in my term as well, which is a big development, is there as well. Currently, the R to 13th Street, or the R Street 13th to Childs sidewalk projects going. Other sidewalk projects down McGregor, Windsor, Home, a lot of those areas over there, filling it in. We've got a big city map. All the sidewalk gaps, we're focusing on that. Millions in South Merced sidewalks. Need to continue on roads as well, not just the big reconstruction projects, but the cheaper asphalt overlay projects as well that enable us to do a lot more.
Thank you. Next, how will you ensure all residents, including children, youth, and seniors, have access to safe, vibrant parks and accessible community spaces and recreational programs? You have 90 seconds, and we're going to start with you, Matt.
Thank you. Again, parks has been a huge focus of mine and a big focus of our council over the past few years. I think we've had a lot of success with our park improvements. Looking at McNamara Park, for example, I think McNamara Park in a huge way has really been transformed with a new playground, new bathroom, new shade structure, new murals, really a different space than it was a few years ago. Our Community Park 42, for 20 years long, a dream of Merced to have that built. We were able to get that started. The first two phases are underway and slated to be completed sometime in the middle of next year. That's first two phases of a 40-acre regional sports complex down at Mission and Tyler, and it's adjacent to an additional 40-acre stretch that's school district owned, that's in the county, and the county, through their ARPA program, allotted $1.5 million to begin the planning and environmental phases on that too. So once done, 80-acre sports complex down at Mission and Tyler. In addition to that, a number of other park improvements as well. Really excited about our Ada Givens Park. The pool at Ada Givens closed for probably 15 years. A lot of people had great memories of growing up there and swimming, able to get that reopened, and just to be able to go there this summer and see kids swimming in there and see the joy on their faces was really exciting to see. Zoo, Kittyland, huge features of Merced. Big projects to get coming very soon to get those done. Art, murals, Farron's Park Playground, got that done. A couple $100,000 we have allotted for Joe Herb. A number of other projects
Thank
as
you.
well.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we want to hear from Anthony.
Sure, let's talk about parks. So I think one of the first things that we probably need to do is really clean up our parks. We have to protect our parks. I see many of our parks, they've been vandalized, or there's drug paraphernalia, or there's equipment that's been broken. Play equipment is tagged up. We need to create a better environment for families to enjoy themselves. And if that means that there are certain people in the park that are doing things they shouldn't be doing, then it's up to us as a city to go to these people and try to give them services if they need services. But if they don't want services, or if they want to take advantage of the situation, now we got to start cracking down, because we have to protect our parks. I don't see anything wrong with going to certain people and saying that have been, not good people to our parks and telling them, we're going to protect these parks. And if you want help, we're more than willing to get you the help you need and get you the services you need. But it is not okay to just trash the parks, to litter the parks with drug paraphernalia, or to vandalize the playground equipment. Once the parks are cleaned up, man, I think our parks are already so beautiful. There's so much we can do. Right now we do movies in the park where they go different parks around town and show a movie. Well, I think we can double down, triple down on that with music in the park, where we recruit local bands and we set up stages in different areas at different parks around town, and then we do concerts concerts. So food trucks can come out, families can come out, and they can enjoy a concert. We can also do things like yoga in the park, where maybe every one of the weekends that we have different parks, there's a yoga instructor with different people from the community. We can do vendors in the park, where now small businesses can set up shop as a vendor. So if you have all those different types of things, that'll give you different types of people visiting the park, because there's different events for everybody. That's how I think we can really expand and grow our parks for the better of Merced, everyone in Merced. Thank you.
So my next question to you is, how will you make sure that youth voices are heard and included in decision making? You have 90 seconds, starting off with Anthony.
Thank you. You know, I think the first thing that I would do is I'm going to go into the schools. I'm going to go into all the middle schools and all the high schools. I'm going to speak to the principals about a day to speak with the students. And I'll take the day off work. It's all good. But I'm more than happy to go into the schools and talk to the kids and have maybe an assembly with them or hang out with them at lunch. And I want to talk to them about their city, because I want to reestablish pride in our city. And I think our youth need to be proud of where they're from. I think our youth need to see somebody that struggled here in Merced, but then made it out and was able to come back and help Merced, help to inspire the youth. I think that if you can make the youth feel connected to your town, there's a lot you can do with just making them feel a part of this community. I think there are things in the budget we can do. Like, for example, there are community centers right now. Heck, even this one, we have to start investing in a new Boys and Girls Club, because this building's about to be demolished. So where's the next one gonna go if we're not looking at that right now, planning that right now? And I think we should go to the young adults and say, hey, what do you think where the youth center should go? Should it be combined with the senior center? What kind of amenities should it have? I think it's very important to involve the youth. Summer at City Hall, that was a great program. I'm not sure if it's still going on, but if it is, then I think that's definitely something we need to double down on. If it's not, that's something we need to restart. I think we need to expand our sports, our sports that we have, the sports activities. If we can at least get not just sports, but other activities in contribution to that, arts and crafts, different activities like that, get a well-rounded version for kids to experience. They'll have pride in this town, and they'll enjoy this town, and they'll love this town. Thank you.
It goes have to be always adjust. Anyway, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm going to go with this. Merced residents face issues with...
I still had to...
Excuse me?
Oh, I hadn't gone yet. That last question, I think, was my...
Okay.
No. Thank you. With youth engagement and making sure youth voices are heard, I think a lot of what Anthony said rings true. It's really engaging the youth, getting out, speaking to young people, making sure they have a voice, making sure they have access to you as an elected official. That's something I pride myself on immensely. It's something I've made a huge priority to do over the last few years. Going to schools is something I do very, very frequently. Talking to people in schools, talking to classes, going in there and opening up to them and saying, what questions do you have? What do you want to see out of your city? And it's kids of all ages. Whether it's Merced High School and if you ever get the chance, Merced High's election convention, which they do every year, is an unbelievable event where they mimic the Democratic or the Republican National Convention, and they do it here with their elected officials as well. So going to that event, speaking in schools, which again is something I do very regularly. Our park cleanups are very, very youth focused and youth involved. Just a few minutes ago, I was riding around with several high school students, with a number of UC Merced students as well. They were in my truck, and we were going around talking about the city, talking about things we can do. So really engaging those youth, getting that youth voice, and something again I've tried to prioritize in a very significant way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, and sorry for the confusion. Merced residents face issues with speeding and pedestrian safety. How will you address these concerns? And 90 seconds, and we're going to start with you, Matt.
Thank you. Traffic safety is a big concern in our town. There's too many traffic deaths. There's too many people speeding. There's too many traffic violations. It's hard because, as a city, we have to do our best to play offense, right? To do things to affirmatively improve the city, but we also got to play defense as well, which means, make sure everybody takes care of each other, takes care of their town, and that's where traffic enforcement and our traffic division comes in a big way. So whether it's the way we design our streets, and now as we look forward, how are we designing our streets? How are the streets looking? We have a big downtown road improvement project coming as well, and a big part of that is to slow the streets down, to narrow the streets, increase parking as well. So street design is a big thing. Traffic enforcement, our police department, under the leadership of our new chief in the last year or so, has really doubled down on traffic enforcement. They've increased the number of traffic citations they've written. That's a big part of it as well. People need to know that they're going to be held accountable if they do things that are going to put other people in danger. It's on our public works as well to have good lighting, good signage. The council, this is something I fought for, we worked on, recently funded, and recently awarded a contract to increase and enhance all the streetlights across town. Merced's too dark as well, especially at night. So we now are going to have much brighter streetlights that have better canopy coverage as well. So a lighter, brighter city, and just getting the word out, holding people accountable, and educating people on the value of traffic safety. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to our roads, many of our roads have been damaged and haven't really had much repairs over the years. I think there's a lot of, whether it's signage, or whether it's the lanes themselves, whether there's potholes, traffic is a huge congestion problems with traffic. So let's say someone's trying to get to another side of town, and why are they speeding? Maybe they're speeding because traffic's so congested, so now they're trying to take alternate routes and speed through neighborhoods to get where they got to go. In the general plan, it's laid out certain streets that need to be built out that haven't been built out yet. And because of this, you get a street like, let's say, McKee, for example. McKee is generally used as like an artery street to run through across town. But McKee was never designed for that. So now McKee, anytime you go down it, potholes all over the place because it's being overused. In the general plan, it says to build out Parsons. Parsons is supposed to go basically from one Yosemite to the other. So Yosemite over there on, let's say by Yosemite on the north side of town, it's supposed to go all the way through, over the creek, over the tracks, and then all the way by Golden Valley. I would wonder if people could take this route if maybe now they're not using McKee. So I think filling out the general plan is extremely important. It's also important to take care of our roads, because if there's bad roads, that's just going to lead to people changing their driving habits because they don't want to go down those roads, and now other roads get worn down. So developing our roads and the traffic light situation, when you're at traffic lights and it's taking a very long time to move, well, I mean, I sort of believe how they say time is money. Like if you can make traffic go faster, that means money can change hands faster. This means this can also stimulate the economy, and it's also going to stop people from speeding because now they're not running late so much. So I guess all of those things combined, if you really want to impact traffic, that's how you got to do it. Thank you.
So what are your long-term and short-term goals to address the needs of the unhoused population in Merced? You have 90 seconds, starting with Anthony.
Okay, so short term, what I see right now is I see us getting a lot of money and creating a lot of services, and I think that's a very good first step. But I also feel like one of the ways that we can improve those services is to basically have greater oversight of who we're giving the money to, and are they keeping their programs up to what we would call Merced standards. Now, I'm not saying that programs are doing a bad job. What I'm saying is Merced is a very unique place, and so if there are certain things that we know as a city that a third party that we bring in to do something may not know, then we can help them. But we can't help them if we just funnel the money to them and say, okay, go ahead and do your thing. So I think a big part of it is understanding how we need to have control over the programs that we're bringing in that help the homeless. I think there are certain people in the homeless community that maybe they're not trying to get off the streets as much as just continue their hustle. And I'm not trying to judge anybody, but I would say this: if someone's not trying to take advantage of the services we're giving them in a positive way, and instead they're taking advantage of it in a negative way, we got to get them out of there. And instead, we need to put somebody who's on the streets right now struggling and wants help. We need to get them in there. If you know who's messing up and who ain't trying to get it together versus the people that need the help on the streets, now you can be more efficient, because you can say, all right, this person's really not trying to better their lives. We need to get them out of here. This person really needs the help, or they're gonna face severe health consequences if we don't get them the help. Now you can be effective in helping your peoples. Long term, we really gotta look at the things in this city that cause homelessness, the poverty, the drugs, the crime, and this is what we need to double down on long term to get people out of that cycle of despair. This way they don't end up homeless. Thank you.
Next, we have Matthew.
Thank you. Homelessness has been a huge area of concern for us and will continue to be that. We, over the last few years, our unsheltered count in the city of Merced is actually down 12%, which is really, still we have a long way to go, and homelessness remains an enormous challenge, but encouraged to see some progress over the last 3 years. 12% drop against roughly a state 12+% drop. State numbers, roughly a state 12% increase. I apologize. You recently saw the state numbers come out for last year, showing roughly about an 8% increase. So to see our numbers go down is encouraging. That said, there's still too many people on our streets. We need to continue to work hard to engage them. That's our outreach teams. We've done a good job working with our partners to build up our outreach teams over the last few years. Come September 18th, 10 o'clock meeting at City Hall, the monthly outreach team meetings, where you'll see firsthand the work they do. From the city, it's our police DART team as well, the work they do on enforcement. For us as a council, it's securing homeless housing projects. Our 1213 V Street project, 96 units. That was through a state home key grant. Recently awarded 2 other home key grants as well. So hard to see a similar sized city getting 3 grants of that nature. So we've made good progress on the housing. Need to be continually aggressive too with our other housing projects as well, and hopefully we'll see more progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Unincorporated county areas like South P Street, Cone Avenue, and Girard Avenue are within the city's sphere of influence, but mainly depend on domestic wells that are at risk of a contamination or running dry. At the same time, city residents are often unable to afford their water bill. If elected, what actions will you take to ensure that residents within the city's sphere of influence and within city limits have access to safe and affordable drinking water? You have 90 seconds. I'm going to start with Matt.
Thank you. Providing water is one of those core essential city functions. Water, garbage, sewer, road infrastructure, those are the basic things that a city does. Our city has a series of over 20 wells throughout our community where we take groundwater, treat it at the wells, clean it, and then it goes through pipes throughout the city, and that's how the water gets to your home. Hundreds and hundreds of miles of pipes throughout our city. So it's making sure our water department, first and foremost, has the resources it needs, as we have over the last few years. You're making sure that all the infrastructure is closely monitored, is watched. You see them constantly repairing water mains, other infrastructure underneath the city as well. So it's a source of pride for us. Also our wastewater treatment plant, which is a really impressive facility down in the southwest part of town, I apologize, which we need to maintain. When it comes to the unincorporated areas, traditionally, the unincorporated areas rely on well water. The city is a big provider of water to a number of different unincorporated communities. We'll continue to do that. We're looking to expand that when we can. There's always a balance you have to make between the resources of the existing city residents and then expanding those to unincorporated areas. But we already provide a number of water hookups, and we'll continue to look to do that as best we can.
When it comes to water and access for our residents, if you ever look at a map of Merced, we do have these islands, we call them, where it's just unincorporated, surrounding by the city, basically. I've always thought this is unacceptable. I know we can't all just move that into the city at once. I know there's a lengthy process, but I believe that the areas of Merced, as she mentioned, Girard, South and P Street, and I think even if you look at like Sycamore and Oleander in North Merced, I mean, these are areas that never quite got the things they needed when it came to sewer, when it came to sidewalks, came to basic necessities that everyone else around them would be able to get. And they're also some of the oldest neighborhoods in Merced. So I think it's very important to incorporate them into our city. Sometimes people worry about the cost of these things. I think it's called Community Facilities District, which essentially means like a new development. Now those people there have to now pay in for services. Well, I would say that if things like that need to be set up so that the neighbors of the area could benefit from these things, then I guess that's what we have to do. But I think it's important that if you're going to try to grow the town and expand the town out, what about the areas within the town now that we haven't really given much attention to because they're in that unincorporated? Why don't we work on, instead of expanding outward, first work on what's inside us that we can control first? Let's work on the county islands, basically they're called. Let's work on those first, and then expand the town outward. But I guess you would need to develop from the inside out in order to be most effective. And it seems to me like in many parts of Merced, they failed to do that. And so I think when it comes to our sewer, or when it comes to developing new neighborhoods, we really got to look at what we're doing first to the neighborhoods we have here. Thank you.
So beyond community town halls and public comment opportunities during city council meetings, what actions will you take to host opportunities for residents to engage in interactive and meaningful conversations on community needs and develop tangible solutions together? You have 90 seconds to answer this, and we'll first start off with Anthony.
Okay, great. One thing we used to do that we don't do anymore is district town halls. So each council member then goes into their specific district and does an update on what's going on in their district. I would love to bring this back. I think this would be awesome. Another thing I think we used to do that we don't do no more is the State of the City address. Mayor Murphy used to invite the entire town out to come to the State of the City, and now you get an update on where your town has been and where it's going now for the next year. I think this is a great event, and it's a shame that it's departed, but I believe we can bring it back, and it would be a great event if we did. And I can't say this is for sure because I would need the approval of others on this, but if I were elected, one thing that I would like to do is create, I guess you can call it like the Merced Mayor podcast, where I'm essentially doing maybe a half-hour podcast every week where I'm informing the residents of what's going on in their town. I'm inviting different business owners, different people of the community to talk about what they're doing in town. So now people can tune in once a week and they can hear about cool things going on in their town and businesses starting in their town. When you make people feel like they're a part of their government, when you make them feel like they're a part of their town and they're updated and informed, now they're going to want to come out and participate even more. And in, let's say a building like the Senior Center or a building like this right here, we know that the state of California is going to come in and destroy this place and take it over. So maybe what we need to be doing is surveying our citizenry and saying, where do you think the next building should go? How do you think it should look? It appears that, I don't know if we've done that or not, but it doesn't appear that we've done that. And so what I'm getting at is being able to inform the citizens and ask for their opinions on things coming down the road. This makes them feel informed. This makes them feel connected. And I think this is the way you want to go if you really want to have a city where people have pride in their town continuously. Thank you.
Next is Serrato.
Thank you. They're all everything the city does, where the city has dozens and dozens of ways that it does outreach, from the city social media to the utility bill newsletter to the Subscribe Merced website where you can sign up for email links or email alerts. And so essentially everything that happens, there's an email alert about that as well. So there's a number of things that the city does. Again, council meetings, all that. And then there's a lot too that the mayor can do. And as the mayor, it's different than being a council member, whereas, when you're the mayor, there's a lot more attention on you and there's a lot more opportunity, but simultaneously there's a lot more opportunity to engage. So being accessible is something I practice every day. I pride myself on, where it's just being out, being visible in the community, and having people come up and talk to you, which is essentially a constant thing that I'm engaged in, where it comes to going to schools, when it comes to managing my own social media, where I'm making posts about things that are going on in the city almost daily, reaching out to people, having conversations online, which is a great forum for political communication as well, being able to engage, talk to people, whether it's going on the news, which is something we do a lot, going on radio shows, talking with the press as well, just a variety of ways to do it. Essentially, it's all of the above, and it's something, again, I pride myself on, really trying to be an information source and being someone who communicates well about what's going on in the city.
Thank you. The police often respond to calls regarding people that are unhoused, struggling with substance abuse, or in mental health crisis. Do you think that these are matters appropriate for the police to handle? And if not, what alternatives would you propose to respond to these calls? You have 90 seconds, and we're going to start with Matt.
I think there's a mix. I think the best model, and we've seen a lot of this just in different cities play out over the last few years, the best model is a combination of police with social workers for those kind of calls. Our police department, through their community service officers, they just did a post, I believe it was yesterday, introducing a couple of our new community service officers who now are going to respond to a lot of the non-emergency calls as well. But in my conversations with outreach workers, social workers, and seeing a lot of this firsthand as well, and also dealing firsthand when we engage with the unhoused as well, is it helps a lot to have police officers there. They provide a sense of security. They're able, in many ways, to provide that umbrella of security, which allows people to do their work. In the instance where there's a very dangerous situation, they're able to address that as well. So I think it's really important to have that mix. That's what we strive to do with our police department. Our DART team partners in a big way with social workers and our be it mostly from the county, but some of the outreach teams as well. With the mental health calls, they have all the numbers of mental health workers, and they work with them as well, call them, constantly trying to work with county mental health. So again, short answer is it takes a combination. Police can only do so much. You need the specialists and the experts in there as well too, but police have a very necessary role in it.
I think to directly answer the question, the answer would probably be sometimes. That is to say that sometimes you may need a greater law enforcement presence than other times. And I think that mostly comes down to essentially who you're dealing with. And what I'm getting at is when we talk about the homeless or the unhoused or whatever you want to call them, we almost talked about them as like, well, they're just a separate class of people that we have to deal with. But I don't believe that. I believe that anybody who might be homeless is just like you and me. I could be homeless tomorrow if that's what life brings me. And what I'm getting at is then that means that they have hopes and they have dreams as well. They are people. They have an identity. But if we don't really know who our homeless population is, if we don't really know who we're dealing with, then this means that we're going to broad stroke and treat it all the same. But you can't do that with people because that's not how people work. What I'm getting at is we have services now, but I believe it's necessary to bring things in-house so you can have real data controlling who's actually doing what. So that way you know when you get a phone call, oh, that's so-and-so. He's not a bad guy. He just is dealing with some stuff. Okay, let's send some people out there to help him. Or, oh, it's this other guy. Oh, man, he's been hit for thievery. He's been hit for abuse. We have to go after this a little bit harder. But if you don't know the people that you're dealing with, then you're just going to broad stroke and throw one solution out there, and it's never going to work because that's not how people are. There's not one thing that works for every single person. We have to have, I guess, different versions of enforcement versus different versions of service. But so again, it goes back to having the knowledge of knowing who you're dealing with. And I think a big part of that is working with the county, bringing things more in-house and keeping track of that data so we know who these people are and where they're going and what they can do with their lives if given the right help. Thank you.
The Merced County Association of Governments oversees Merced's public transit system. How would you make public transportation more accessible for everybody? You have 90 seconds. We'll start off with Anthony.
Yeah, I think that we really need to double down on our public transportation. I think it's almost like for a certain class of people that are aware of it, but then many of us aren't aware of what the bus maybe could do for us. So maybe we need to take a hard look at our routes and how we can make our routes better accessible. And also, I think that we could use public transportation to stimulate our economy. Let me tell you what I mean. So I have an idea, working with MCAG, that we could probably establish a new bus line. And this bus line could run from, let's say, the airport and connect the airport to downtown, specifically in front of the LCAP. And then from there to the mall. And then from the mall, there's a new, I think, bus stop on M and Cardella that they made. And then it can go across the way to the UC and then to the lake. And I think that we could do this seasonally in order to save money. But during the summer, what we could do is we can give every high school kid a pass for free over the summer. So no matter where you live in Merced, whether it's south side or whether it's north side, you can go to the lake or you can go to the mall. I guess you can go to, I don't know why you'd want to go to the airport as a kid, but maybe you have friends in that area, you can go there. But the point I'm making is if we can give kids a pass so that way they can ride the bus for free during the summer after summer school, we can be dropping off dozens, if not hundreds of kids at the lake or at the mall. Now we're stimulating the economy. Now we're making business happen. And I also believe we should do a similar line for tourists, their own little shuttle. So when you fly into Merced, you're trying to go to Yosemite, or you fly into Merced, you're trying to go to the UC, but you have no idea where everything's at because you're a stranger. Well, now there's a line for you, and it takes you down to the LCAP hotel. It takes you to the mall. It takes you to the UC. And now you feel like, oh, I can travel in all the best parts of Merced. Makes you want to come back to Merced. Makes us now a destination. Thank you.
Next is Serrato.
Thank you. When it comes to transit accessibility, there's a number of things that we do already. We have free summers on the bus. We've been doing that for years. So no fares, free fares all summer. They're already heavily discounted to begin with, but during the summer, free fares, that's been a big thing, a way to increase ridership. As someone on the MCAG board, I take that very seriously. And I see my friend Coach Pastor there too. We'll go out affirmatively. I'll ride the bus myself. We've ridden it together a number of times as well. We want to see firsthand what's going on with that service. It's a really valuable thing for us to do, to get out there and to see it, interact with the people, talk with the people on the bus. We've done that a number of times. Talk to people, talk to them about the service, ways to improve it. We have paratransit as well, dial a ride. So there's a number of services that I think are underutilized in the community as well, where people can call for a ride. Free fares for seniors all the time, free transit for seniors as well. Some of the things Anthony mentioned, we already do a lot of that. There's the Yards bus, which connects from our airport, our Amtrak, our downtown to Yosemite, runs multiple round trips every day. There's also a bus line, I think it's the M5 if I'm not mistaken, that goes from Amtrak to downtown to the UC as well. There's also the UC line. We recently have a nice new zero emissions bus for the UC, and UC Merced transit consolidation, which is a huge topic which is coming up, consolidating our transit services with UC.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, we're getting towards the end. How will you actively work to promote cultural diversity, inclusivity, and representation within local government and city events? We have 90 seconds to answer, and we're going to start with you, Matt.
Representing everybody and ensuring all voices are heard and representing all groups is really an important thing, and trying to fight hard to bring everybody together as well. All of us want similar things. We all want good quality of life. We want a safe place to live, to play, to work, to raise our kids. That's the American dream. And when it comes to us going out, working with people of all backgrounds, all socioeconomic classes, all ethnicities and racial backgrounds as well, I think it's really important. Something I pride myself on, working closely with a lot of different groups. I received an award from the NAACP, an award from the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I work very closely with the Lau family, a number of different community groups as well. I've been a huge part of planning the Lau New Year festivities, honoring so many of our different businesses that are minority owned as well, and allowing them to really have a good presence in town, but really working and engaging and embracing people of all backgrounds where they want to be embraced. You meet people on their level where they want to be at their events, celebrating their traditions, celebrating their customs. That's something I really value, something I've really made a strong effort to do, and I'll continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony?
Yeah, could you just repeat the question again? Thank you.
How will you actively work to promote cultural diversity, inclusivity, and representation within local government and city events?
Okay, great. Yeah, as well, I think it's very important, obviously, to keep people informed. There are a lot of, let's say, commissions right now, and they have a lot of vacancies. That means that we need people right now, volunteers in their community, to come out and step up and make those things happen. And I would say that when it comes to diversity, it's important to reflect Merced diversity. There's a certain type of diversity in Merced that may be very different from, let's say, Los Angeles, or let's say let's say San Francisco. So what I'm getting at is the people that have known this area or from this area are generally a diverse group. I mean, it's not just one type of people. And then when new people come in, they're trying to connect with others. If we can maybe highlight ways where people can be informed about if there's vacancies at commissions, or how you can approach City Hall, or who's your city council member, keep people informed about what's going on in their areas, it's going to naturally increase their participation. And once the people do start participating, letting them know that we're open to new and fresh ideas, that we want their support when it comes to what they think. Now people are going to feel pride in their town. And I don't think this is necessarily something that's based on race. I think it's just basically a community feel. If you can establish hope across races, go beyond race, go beyond ethnicity, and really talk to what makes people a Mercedian, the things they see and the things they experience. If you're talking to that message, then now it's going to rally people from all sides, and you're going to get the diversity that you want. You're going to get the type of inclusivity that you need. But if it seems like the doors are closed when people try to, let's say, run for office, or when people try to get projects done, and you don't know the right people, and you don't know the right ways to move about, I think this is a hindrance when it comes to increasing diversity, and I think I've seen it in the past. Thankfully, I think things are slowly getting better, but I believe there's more we can do to accelerate it for the better in the future. Thank you.
So according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the employment rate in the city of Merced is about 10%. How will you create economic opportunities that provide sustainable wages for all residents and allow them to achieve upward mobility? You have 90 seconds. We'll start off with Anthony.
Excuse me, sorry. Okay, so I think it's very important when you're talking about economic development. I did mention some things that we can do with transportation and MCAG, but let's talk about our Chamber of Commerce, for example. If you're a small business owner and you're trying to build your business or protect your business or uplift your business, it can be very difficult trying to figure out different resources in town. If you're from out of town and you're coming into town and you want to try the local charm, it could be very difficult to try to figure out what's the right place and where do you go. I think that if I were elected, I would try to work with the business community to create a Chamber of Commerce, and I think that Chamber of Commerce could be located very much near City City Hall. And I think we can turn that into a Chamber of Commerce / visitor center, where now the chamber is working out of it, but different people from out of town can come into that building and they can have different brochures or different information regarding things of our town that show off our charm. I think that when it comes to the people, the working class in this town, we need to bring more industrial jobs here. When I was on council, 2016 to 2020, we worked our tail off to try to make sure we had an industrial park over by Kibbe, but that takes years to develop. Now, I haven't been on there in a few years, but when I left, we were still working on that. I can't tell you what the progress is now, but I do know that if progress needs to happen on that in order to bring the types of jobs here to make us competitive to where maybe you don't go to college, maybe you just graduate high school, but you're still able to provide for your family. Those are the types of jobs that we need for people here. So a big part of developing economic development is bringing opportunity to this area. So I think when you talk about transportation, how we can revitalize things, when you talk about things that you can do with the working class and things that you can do with small business, this is what you want to do in terms of developing your city for the better. Thank you.
Next is Serrato.
Thank you. As noted, our unemployment rate is current. Last number I saw was 9.6% countywide. Before COVID, it was a little above 10%. Spiked during COVID. It came down afterwards, the beginning of 21, to a little over 10%. We fell to about 6% in 22. And then the last number I saw was 9.6%. That's from July. That's the most recent number I saw. Our sales tax numbers have been strong the last few years. Roughly about $9 million for our Measure C, which is a half-cent sales tax, which is a lot higher than it had been in the past. From 2017 to 2020, roughly in the $6 to $6.8 million range. So we've had good, strong sales tax years, which means economic activity in a lot of ways is up in town. We've built out huge improvements to downtown, built out 2 shopping centers, the Yosemite and G Shopping Center, Campus Parkway as well. Still obviously a long way to go at the mall, but hopefully some good announcements coming soon. When it comes to economic development, jobs, huge thing. Any community, the labor force, the employers, that's the backbone of any town, and it has to be carefully cultivated, and we have to continue to work to maintain it. To our point, our Hispanic Chamber of Commerce has done incredible work on that Chamber of Commerce front. We have our City Economic Development Department. They work hard to do a lot of good things, and we get in the stop sign. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That was a mouthful that you were trying to read there, right? So now take a breath, because now we're down to our last question. And then you'll also have some time, perhaps, so we'll see. All right, so this is our last question. The City of Merced has a total budget of over $400 million. What is your assessment of the city's fiscal position, and what are your priorities as it relates to the city budget? In the last 90 seconds, and we're going to start with Matt Serrato.
Thank you. Really important question, and thank you for all these good questions. I think you see both of us really racing to get as much in as we can in the 90 seconds. The city budget is really a statement of our priorities, a statement of our policies. The most important policy that we do. We've enacted in the last few years a city strategic planning session. We have our series of town halls, leads into our strategic planning session, which enables the council members to really talk about big issues coming forward in a budget, allows us to engage better with each other. And then we go into our budget hearings too. We have 3 big budget hearings, and then we hammer out our budget. I think fiscally, to your question, the city's in very good shape. We've grown our reserves. We have a reserve that helps with our pensions. We have an economic development fund as well, which enables us for example, it enabled us to provide the matching grant to match the $17 million from the federal government to build our new airport terminal. A lot of that money is for our enterprise funds, water, sewer, and garbage. We have to maintain the health of those as our key city services as well. Our general fund has been expanding steadily and significantly in the last few years. We've run budget surpluses in the last few years. So fiscally, we're in good shape. And I think we've made a lot of good decisions on where to allocate our funding. It's a big topic of conversation, a lot of voices involved, but when it comes to our wins on housing, parks, police department's in a good spot,
Thank you.
all that.
Thank you. Thank you. Anthony?
Yeah, can we repeat the question one more time?
I certainly can.
Thank you.
The City of Merced has a total budget of over $400 million. What is your assessment of the city's fiscal position, And what are your priorities as it relates to the city budget?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think that when it comes to our current budget situation, it's actually not been that bad. I mean, we're actually doing a pretty decent job hanging in there. But you look nationally, you look at what's in the news, and you look at basically what's coming down the line in terms of the numbers. There seems to be economic trouble on the horizon. And I'm not talking Merced, I'm talking everywhere. And we all know that when economic trouble hits the nation, it hits Merced especially hard. And so I think we need to start preparing for this right now by basically galvanizing our community to start making money for ourselves and our small businesses. This is why I was preaching earlier about things like vendors in the park. It is very important that our small businesses have more opportunities to basically make sales, because the more sales they can make here, then the more money we're gonna have here. We have things like, let's say, the downtown supermarket, I think they call it. These have been very nice events that have been started up. The Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, they've done that Mercado night that allows vendors to get out there. Events like this is what's gonna help carry us through these dark times, because now we're at least rallying the community and galvanizing things so they can invest in Merced. We need to double down on events like this. This is why I'm talking about things like the State of the City, which I believe was a great day for Merced and really highlighted a lot of things and let people shop downtown. When it comes to the budget priorities, personally, I think it's also worth investing in your community. If the hard times are coming, which they are, we're gonna need to invest in things like our workforce and job training and things like that. We're gonna need to invest more in our parks. We're gonna need to invest more in our youth, because if nothing else, we wanna create a community where people feel pride and people feel like they don't have to go out of town to shop, because it's just as safe as it needs to be here and they have everything they need right here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Anthony. Now we've come to the end of our questions. As we come to the end of our forum, we would like to thank both candidates for their insightful contributions. Thank you so much. We now move to the final segment of our forum, the closing statements. Each candidate will have 90 seconds to summarize their key points and share their final thoughts with the audience. Let's begin with Anthony Martinez. Anthony Martinez first.
Thank you. You know, I could say that I guess my priority for me personally is to live by example. So what I'm getting at is I believe, like, generally what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to rally the community, and I'm trying to invigorate hope, and I'm trying to galvanize small businesses in this area, and I'm trying to show people a plan, show people a vision for how we can evolve as a town. And I really believe that, I don't know, you can call it spirituality, God, whatever, but I believe that there's always a time for everything, and nothing happens until it's the time. And I believe that right now is our time. I believe that the only people that are gonna change this town are the average Mercedians. It will not be Donald Trump, it will not be Kamala Harris, it will not be Gavin Newsom or High Speed Rail or any other outside entity coming in. You and I, we are going to change this town for the better, but only if we can face ourselves and understand where we're at and where we would like to go. We take the good things that have happened and we elevate those and we add more to it. The bad things that have happened, the mistakes that we've made, we discard those and we evolve beyond that. It's not about calling people out, it's not about throwing people under the bus, and it's not about heads have to roll. No, I'm simply talking about evolution. I'm talking about self-reflection. I'm talking about improvement. We have this type of attitude. We can refine all the departments of City Hall. We can refine all the great contributions of this community, and we can elevate them. But it starts from within. And so this is why I have the slogan, follow your heart, because I genuinely believe as a man that if you can look inside and see where you're at and who you are and why you are, then you can evolve. If this works as a man, this will work as a town as well. And that's my plan. Thank you.
Thank you. It's truly been the honor of a lifetime to serve as your mayor these last 4 years. I've put my heart and soul into it every step of the way. Really done my best to bring with a big sense of urgency, because our time is so precious here, our time is so limited, with a big sense of urgency to try to accomplish as much as we can, to try to involve the community as much as possible, because one person, you find out quick in this business, one person can do very little. The 520 or so employees of the city, we can only do so much. But as a community of 90,000 plus people, we can really accomplish a lot. So when it comes to involving, and I see one of my favorite groups back there, Girl Scout Troop 2263, all of them, and working with them closely, developing them as young future leaders as well, and seeing all the incredible work that they do. And not just them, all kinds of other community groups as well, engaging just an hour or so ago, engaging 30 or 40 students from the UC who came out to our park cleanup to help clean up Joer Park. They were out there working with them. A lot of them are going to stay in our town. A lot of these kids, when you work with them, you inspire them, they're going to move on and do better things. So I'm proud of so many of our accomplishments over the last few years. Again, I got 10 seconds, but our work on homelessness, downtown, our economic development, parks, and then with an eye going forward towards doing much better with economic development and getting the stop sign. So thank you everybody for being here.
So now, if time allows, now we would take some audience questions. If you've written a question on one of the postcards, please hand them to Blanca or Luis, who are going around collecting them.
Do you guys have time for some additional questions? We want to ask that before we start asking them? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so welcome everyone. Once again, my name is Blanca Ojeda. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we did get some questions submitted online, but we also want to take some time to see if we could address some of the audience questions here. The first question is, how will you develop trusting relationships with residents so they can share their concerns with you and count that you will be true to your word? And we'll start with you, Mr. Serrato.
Thank you, Blanca. Again, that's been a huge area of concern for me and a big priority for me. It's fundamental to being a mayor, especially a mayor in the town the size of Merced, where you're very visible, where you're out, where people see you, where you're constantly engaging with people. So in terms of being accessible, in terms of talking to people, again, something I pride myself very much on, and being proactive about it too, going into schools, working with community groups. Starting right now, I'm really excited about this too, to working, and we'll hopefully have a meeting in the next few weeks to getting all the service clubs and service-oriented groups to really come together and look as a way where they can sort of build a community service coalition that can, people be at the service clubs, the nonprofits, our scout troops. We've already seen big success. We've already seen the realization of that with our scout troops and our Boy Scout troops as well, with their their Green Scout program, where various Girl Scout and Boy Scout troops have adopted community parks, and now they take those over. They do monthly cleanups. I'm there when I can to support them, and they work in conjunction with our Parks and Rec department to do that. So that's one one example out of hundreds of things we do. But it's getting out there every day, talking to people, and engaging honestly and genuinely, and hearing their concerns as well.
Are you able to repeat the question for me?
How will you develop trusting relationships with residents so they can share their concerns with you and count that you will be true to your word?
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, yeah, so we're talking about establishing trust, it sounds like. Well, as I mentioned previously, you definitely want to create a sense of town pride with certain events that I talked about bringing back, the State of the City address, district town halls. I really think it'd be cool to start a podcast citywide. I think that'd be awesome. But I also think that the stuff that I talked about when it comes to like yoga in the park, well, this isn't just for families. I'll be out there doing yoga with y'all too. Music in the park, showing your face at all these events. They see you now as a person, not just an authority figure, but as one of them. And that's really how I want to be interpreted by the community, as one of them, because I am one of you. I am an average Mercedian. I did not grow up super wealthy or super connected, but hey, I'm here now, and that means that I guess anybody here can do it if I'm here. So I think showing that to the community will go a long way into them opening their hearts to you. Now, once they do open their heart to you and you tell them what you're going to do and they tell you, well, these are my concerns, now you need to hear them out and produce results. Now, when somebody comes to you and says, hey, I've got this problem in my neighborhood with this, or I've got this issue with that, now you've got to produce results. And if you can produce results and let them know that you may not be able to solve everything, but if you let them know that your heart is into fixing what's wrong with their neighborhood, then they will give you a chance and they will be patient with you and they will be willing to work with you and trust you because they know that you're going to bust your hide for them. And I say that's really what I'm about, is working hard for people and figuring out creative ways to get done what needs to get done. There's a lot of times people try to get things done and then the answer is no because we don't have this, or no because we can't do that. Well, then let's think of a different way. Let's think of a workaround. I'm all about figuring out new ways to make things happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The second question is, what tangible, concrete goals and action steps would you have for your time in office? We'll start with you, Mr. Anthony Martinez.
Okay, great. So I did talk about economic development, which is definitely one of my goals. Certain things when it comes to building the industrial park, galvanizing the small business community with a strong economic chamber of commerce, and moving teenagers across town through places where people can shop, establishing vendors in the park, and different citywide events. I think this will go a long way in towards establishing economic development priority. I also believe that we need to, I don't want to sound harsh here, but I kind of feel like there's an ambiance with our town that just doesn't seem to sit right with many people. There's a lot of graffiti. There's a lot of boarded up buildings. There's a lot of people on drugs in the streets. We have to figure out a way to clean up this town, the aesthetics of this town, so people can have pride in their town and feel safe like they're going to shop places. Some people don't want to go downtown because they're worried about what their little kids may see while they're down there. This is unacceptable in my opinion. So cleaning up the certain sides of town is a very big priority for me. The last priority, which I think is the most important, is I believe in many respects our town is scattered as a community. That's not to say there aren't good people trying to do good things, but I don't know if there's any unified force that all of us are on board with, that we all know, okay, here's where we're going as a city, here's what we're doing and here's why, here's what it's all for. I want to give the people identity, purpose, so they know what they're doing and why they're doing it. And I believe this is how you galvanize people as a whole to really elevate this town. Talk is talk about coming together, but if you can show them that I'm here with you and I'm trying to bring us all together, and this is bigger than us, this is about values we're trying to establish for our town, now you have a foundation that we can really rally people under. Or I guess maybe over for a foundation? I don't know. You know what I mean. Thank you.
When it comes to, I think it's a really good question, because the old line, politics being the art of the possible, there's all kinds of things you can do, you can set your mind to. You can set your mind to really worthy goals, but oftentimes they're not achievable given the resources you got. So your priorities too are very important as well. The need, and there's not just in our community, but nationwide as well, the need is a lot bigger than your resources. So what your priorities are really matters. Where you're going to focus your attention, where you're going to focus your time. We set, early on in my term, I remember sitting down with the city manager and the county's director of housing and homelessness, and we said, I would love to see 200 homeless focused units in the city of Merced within the next few years. We were able to essentially, well, through everything, exceed that. Not all done yet, but many coming. We're going to have in excess of that as well. That was one specific achievable goal. So we need to set goals and then figure out how to get there. Those goals are important because they need to be realistic and achievable. So, and again, with a number of different specific examples of things we've done over the last few years, be it that, be it the restoring the Ada Givens pool, the development at CP42, the sports complex, some of the downtown improvements, welcome monuments, which are supposed to break ground very soon. The art, 50 plus, early on too, I sat down with a couple of people who said we need more art in this town. How are we going to do it? We privately fundraise for it, and there's probably 50 plus pieces of art all around town as well.
Thank you so much. And then we do have 2 audience questions that we want to be able to address. I know we're at time. We want to make sure we also respect your time. Do you have time to answer those last 2 questions? Yes. Perfect. So the first question is, what vision do you have for addressing the changes, disruptions, and opportunities that we are starting to see coming with the high-speed rail? And then we'll start with you, Mr. Serrato.
Thank you, Blanca. Huge question. That's going to be a big issue coming in the near term. I'll talk as fast as I can with 90 seconds. The facility relocations. This facility in the senior center, I was over at the senior center just a week ago Friday answering questions, talking to people about it. This has been on our radar for years and years. There's a ton of unknowns at this point. So the state, how much are they going to offer initially for these facilities? Are we going to have to fight them on that? What's that process going to look like? What is the construction? Their construction timeline's a big thing. High-speed rail, according to the initial estimates, was supposed to be built statewide by 2021. That hasn't exactly happened yet. So we have to look at their construction timeline. What's their timeline for right-of-way acquisition as well? If they acquire these properties and own these properties, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to demolish them right away, because then you have to look at what's their construction timeline. So in the meantime, is a sale leaseback opportunity most likely a very good opportunity to do that, where even though they acquire these properties, they're not going to tear them down right away, and the existing tenants and existing uses can continue as well. So once we see what resources are available for replacement, then we have to look at it with the goal of having a replacement in place, preferably a full-time permanent better replacement, if not an interim replacement, in place by the time that these buildings start coming down. I firmly believe that given all the work we've done over the last few years, given a lot of the options we have, we can do that. But a complex question, tons of unknowns still, and we'll keep working towards it.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you if you can repeat the question again, please.
Yeah. So what vision do you have for addressing the changes, disruptions, and opportunities that we are starting to see coming with the high-speed rail?
Yes, thank you. Okay, so when it comes to high-speed rail, this is the funny thing about Merced. Sometimes, and I've grown up here, I've been around here a long time, sometimes Merced struggles to change. And what I've learned about the world, the only thing that doesn't change about the world is it is always changing. So what this means is if you don't evolve yourself, then you basically grow old and stale and die. And it kind of works the same way with a community at large, is that if you don't change and you don't evolve, then the state's going to change for you, or corporations are going to come to town and change the place for you, or other entities are going to come change this place for us. And I think that's what's happening with high-speed rail, is now they're coming in and they're going to basically change the look of downtown to the likes of which we've never seen around here. So in order for us to make sure that this works to our benefit for us, it is imperative that the general community, all of you all, are informed and up to date and participate in the process of what's going to happen. When we're talking about things like demolishing this building or that building, it is very important that you guys have input on where the next youth center or where the next senior center is going to go. And this is not something that we need money for. We don't need money to have a survey across town of what type of area we want to be in. So what I'm getting at is informing the public and getting ideas from the public. Now they're going to feel much more connected to their town, so we can now change high-speed rail the way we want to change it, not the other way around. I also believe you need to work on South Merced, specifically the airport area. There's a lot of great economic opportunity in the South Merced area, specifically near the airport, if we have a vision for it. Why is this essential? Because in the future, when they do get here, we're going to need a hospital down there. We're going to need movie theaters down there and grocery stores down there, because they're going to be very separated from due to high-speed rail. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have our last and final question. How will you engage the citizens of South Merced to make sure we have input on what we want? And we'll start with you, Mr. Martinez.
Sure. Well, let me just say that the thing about Merced, I know we sometimes get into discussion of North Merced, South Merced, and certainly South Merced, there's a lot that needs to be done in order to keep up with some advances that we made. But this is Merced. We are all connected. We are all connected as one community. So what I would do for South Merced would be very similar to what I do with other parts of Merced. And I think it is about establishing information district town halls. I think it's about showing support to different businesses in South Merced, working with the zoning to redevelop zoning in different areas of South Merced. For example, over by the airport, a lot of it is industrial, but I got to wonder if we're the most competitive with all that industrial zoning out there. What if we were to change it to office commercial and start pushing for government organizations to start being out there? What that would do is it would increase a certain traffic of people with certain levels of income, and this would get the attention of other businesses to maybe move in there. I also think you can work with the airport in order to establish Merced as a destination and a departure. I talked earlier about how we're a destination, but I didn't talk about how we're a departure. Going to Vegas, I see a wonderful possibility of what if we were to pair with the Raider Nation fan base, where it comes to Fresno, when it comes to Madera, when it comes to Stockton, Modesto, Merced, and basically pitch that you can go to the Raider game, Vegas and back in the same day. You can literally get on the plane in the morning, go party in Vegas, catch the game, you're back on the red line in Merced. Or maybe even take the weekend to do it. If we could establish that, maybe one day someone wants to build a hotel out there now. So now over time, we're moving people out there, we're changing up the scenery, and now businesses are coming to the area. This, I believe, in the future could eventually lead to a possible grocery store or possibly hospital as the houses zoned in that area now develop.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, that was a short, quick 90 seconds of conversation. So I miss you again. I keep missing you. Okay.
No, you're good.
I won't miss you. You got the last talk on that.
No, thank you. When it comes to South Merced priorities, making sure South Merced voices are heard, I think being on the inside, seeing everything we do in the city is something we're focused on for sure. South Merced is a big area of need, especially being one of the older parts in town. South Merced downtown being primarily the older parts of town. There are different infrastructure needs in those areas with the older roads, big mature trees that can cause issues as well. So there's a lot of different, they're unique in that way. But it's being engaged in South Merced. It's something I've really have strived to do in a big way. Spending time, be it in whichever way, being downtown or being in South Merced, being familiar with the whole area as well, working with residents, talking to residents, and I think we've seen in a lot of ways the prioritization of South Merced development and a lot of investment in South Merced in the last few years. You look at everything that's gone into McNamara Park, some of the road projects, again, still a lot more need for other things, a couple of significant sidewalk projects, the Golden Valley to Weaver, the Motel Drive project, number of projects going in right now, the R to 13th, or the R Street Childs to 13th project. So a lot of infrastructure needs, big thing, quality of life. Continue working towards, with our federal partners, our state partners as well, to attract things, attract grants via the Fire Training Center, our new airport terminal, which is going up quickly, making good progress, and cut me off. Thank you. The mayor's got to listen to when they put this on.
I know, huh? Mesky. Time goes really, really quick. Okay, so this is it. We're at the end of this. And I really, really want to thank both candidates for taking extra time to answer extra questions from the audience and online. And I want to really thank everybody who has come and participated today. We went really fast, but it was really good, a lot of good conversation and sharing of vision and what the future of Merced could look like depending upon who gets into these positions. I'll also like to thank all of the great organizations who put on this event, ACLU, CNC, Cultiva Valle Central, Central Valley Up, Faith in the Valley, and the Leadership Council with the wonderful Youth Leadership Institute. As a reminder, all registered voters will receive their ballot at the early part of October, and you'll have till Tuesday, November 5th to cast your vote. So don't delay. Thank you so much, and hope that you have a great Saturday, the rest of your day and weekend. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you so much. That's it.